Test. Testing, testing, testing. Putting a noise gate on the microphone to prevent audio feedback from my desktop speakers. I'm not wearing headphones. I'm playing music in the background. Might need to turn the gain up slightly now. Maybe a bit more. Test, test, test. Looks like it's in the yellow. Should be okay. What's up, Gun Games? Gonna assume that's Gun Dog. How are you this lovely evening? How are you and your skeleton army? Wonder if we should get off the test island and go back to the more interesting map so people aren't as bored while we're testing random things. I guess we can't do that, right? That's part of the problem. Should we solve that problem? So somewhere in here there's like a generate lobby function that I guess we can keep the lobby. Where's the lobby stored? I feel like the lobby should be stored somewhere else. I feel like all this stuff should be stored somewhere else, like on the game client maybe. In some sort of resources place. Don't we already have... Yeah, like minimap text. Why are we putting this here? Render minimap. It's because we need it to render later. Like we initialize it, and we do all this stuff. We delete it. I think this is a Raylib struct though, right? So like it has no destructor. Should probably wrap this in something that has a destructor so we don't have to clean it up. But also, I feel like it should go like the texture catalog should own it or something. Sound catalog. Do I even have a texture catalog? I don't know. STI. We have a sprite sheet catalog and a sound catalog and I think like an item catalog. We don't have a texture catalog currently. We could make one of those as well. Also, some of this data should probably come from a file or something. But for now... Yeah, this is a bit of a mess, huh? It's like... This nonsense at replace back is kind of ridiculous. I might go back to at... This must be a map then, right? What is this? An array. Why am I using an array? An array of item pointer equals and place back. So it's going to construct a new item. What is the purpose of constructing an item? Is this even a constructible thing? It is. Sort of. But I think the default constructor could also do this. It seems pointless. I like C++ified a lot of things. Probably don't need to be C++ified. This could probably just go back to being a regular array. Honestly. Is this Act 6 development? It looked like it. Act 6 development? This is Act 0.001 development. Not even close to Act 6. All we have is a big green circle. That's not actually all we have. It's all we have that we can draw at the moment because I've changed lots of stuff and I can't draw the interesting things anymore. But yeah, I don't know what the purpose of any of this is. Is there a purpose? Like what even is this nonsense? Item currency, item weapon, damage value. Like maybe you could argue that these should be separate lists of things, but do they really need to be vectors? Honestly, probably not. You don't have a server queue. Does any of this even matter? No, I don't have a server queue. You just connect, and you just connect. There's no queue. I can start the server and show you. See, just run it. Listening. Run the game. We are connected. Hooray. No queue. It helps to not have any players to not need a queue. If you're the only player, the queue is very short. It's not really multiplayer. It's multi-chatter. You can connect, but there's just a chat server. The game itself is not synchronized. I guess I can actually demonstrate that by just opening multiple windows, right? If I open this, which I can do, I can run the game multiple times. That works fine. I open this and another copy over here. Like draggy drag. Right, and I do this, and I do this, and I say gun. And I say Andy. You can see the chat is working, right? But if I get rid of the chat and I move, you don't see anything over here, even though we're standing in the same position in the world. Like, I would expect to see the guy standing right here, right? But there's no sort of synchronization. We're both playing in our own worlds. Our own local worlds. None of the tile data is sent over, or the entities, which there aren't actually any entities in the scene right now other than the player. I do have entities, but I just remove them all because they make a lot of loud noises that are annoying when you're debugging. Yeah, so that's one thing we need to do. But before all that, I kind of want to just think about how we're storing data, because I had it just initially as a bunch of C structs, and then I ported it all, some of it, most of it, to C++, which has some advantages and some disadvantages. But I'm trying to figure out like do these really need to be vectors of things? Like, what's the simplest way to make an item database, right? I don't think we need an array. I would like to have a map, so I might use a map. But we could also just use the item ID as the key and use an array, and then we don't need a map. So I don't actually know why this is dynamic at all, right? Like, this could just say item by ID, item ID counts instead of this, right? And the problem with this is it's a class and a num class, and it needs to be a size t or whatever, so you can just cast this and that should work fine, right? And then wherever we're using this, instead of saying at we just do this. It is quite annoying that you have to cast enums. In order to get type safety from enums, you have to make them class enums, right? If I go to this, like you have to say enum class instead of just enum in C++. But now it's its own type and you can't index based on it. I wish indexing would just implicitly work for enum types, because what else would they be? Like they're obviously an integer type, right? Like it should be well defined to cast them to a integer type. But for some reason it gives you a warning and like says something blah blah blah, has to be unsigned blah blah something, whatever it said. What are you using for networking? WinSock to TCP/IP, is that what that means? WS2 TCP/IP. I did some chat server socket stuff a few months ago with WS. Yeah, that's just not WebSockets, WinSock. WS is just WinSock. I had a thin thing. I don't think I've deleted it yet. So I was using, maybe I did delete it. Where is it? It's probably in third party now because I moved it out. I had these two things. They're two thin WinSock like cross-platform libraries that are thin layers on top of WinSock for Windows and Berkeley sockets or Unix sockets, however you want to say it, for Linux, which are these two things. And I was using ZNet originally, which sort of worked. I had a basic chat client going in ZNet. And ZNet's like very high level, right? So it basically just has like UDP socket open and UDP socket send and UDP socket receive, and then some TCP stuff, but we want UDP in this case. This is like the whole API, right? The UDP sockets API. You can open a socket, send, and receive. You can't close it because there's no connections in UDP. So like in order to close the connection, you just stop sending stuff and then the other end will time out, right? It's not a connection-based protocol. But this is like missing loads of super important stuff. Like there's no packet fragmentation, so if you want to send something larger than 1200 bytes, it's impossible. There's no ordering, so if you want to ensure things got received in the correct order, you can't do that. If you just want to ensure things got received at all, there's no reliability here. And obviously you can use TCP for that, but then you get all of the downsides of TCP, which are many, because TCP is like really heavy and very not optimized for high-speed traffic that you kind of want for a real-time application like a game. It's good for other stuff. Like the TCP would be fine for the chat system. But for like sending your player position or whatever, you wouldn't want to do that over TCP. It just has too much latency. It would work again, but it's not ideal. So I'm using a thing called enet, which is like a free, open source library written by the guy who wrote the Cube engine or Sauerbraten engine, whatever it's called. It's from a long time ago, like 2005, but it's on, has its own website. It's also on GitHub somewhere. This dude, Lee Salzman, Sauerbraten. He made the Sauerbraten engine like ages ago. This is, again, quite an old thing, but it's under MIT license. This is a reliable protocol that this guy designed that's on top of UDP. And it does some of the things TCP does, and doesn't do some of the things TCP does, but it does them in a way that's much more conducive to high-speed traffic like you would want for syncing positions of entities over the network for a video game. And the code is not that big. It's a few thousand lines, maybe 5,000 lines or so. And you can read it and see what it does. It's written in C. It's like fairly straightforward, right? This is 160 lines of C. You can read this and figure out what it does. It's not particularly well documented. Some of the stuff is. The public functions kind of have descriptions. A lot of the internal stuff is like not documented at all. And there's another ZPL. There's a fork of this library called also called enet, but it's the like ZPLC version, which is a couple of guys made a fork that claims to add a bunch of extra stuff like IPv6 support, monatomic timestamps, which are important if you want to do synchronized stuff in a game. I don't know, they cleaned up the code. The main reason I'm using this version is because it's in a single header library, although to be fair, it actually makes the code a lot harder to read than if I just included like the 10 files from the original enet, because this is much more well organized than the single file version. So I honestly did sort of consider switching back. I'm not sure, because it does have other useful stuff. It does have, like I said, monotonic time, and a few other things. I don't know if I care about IPv6. I don't know what the status of IPv6 is. Honestly, it confuses me. It's like way harder to work with than IPv4. And it's not that hard to figure out how to do NAT. Like, we've been doing NAT for so long that it's actually easier, in my opinion, to do NAT than it is to figure out how the hell IPv6 works. Because if I open my, well, I don't know, I won't do it on stream, I guess, but if you go to ipconfig and you look at your IPv6 address, I have like 4 IPv6 addresses, and I don't really understand why or what the difference is. I have some like virtual network adapters, so maybe that's part of the problem. Yeah, I don't know, it's just weird. So anyways, I was using these. I was using ZNet. I never used STSNet. It's a very similar alternative to ZNet, thin wrapper over Berkeley sockets and WinSock. But I'm currently using the enet fork by CPL-C, which is a single header library with a couple of things added on top of enet and some code cleaned up and some old code removed, which is, I don't know, somewhere in here. If I look, where's an example? Enet peer send. Right, so it's this file, enetzpl.h, which is 6,000 lines of code. So it's really not, it's not impossible to just read this and understand the majority of what it's doing. Yeah, it is a bit, it's a little bit wacky. It is a lot of stuff to read through and figure out. You don't need to do that, you can just use it because it's the same as the original enet API. I mean, you can just go up to the top of the header if you want to use this yourself. And their enums are up here, and some hard-coded IP addresses for like localhost and any address listening. And if you go down, eventually somewhere in here, there's like all the functions, right? So there's like enet socket stuff that nobody uses. Address set host. This is like how you say, I want to connect to whatever, facebook.com. You put it in here and it'll do DNS lookup and get the address, which it just calls the underlying operating system for. Some host stuff, some peer stuff. The host is like the machine that you're running on, and the peer is anyone you're connected to. So for the client, the host would be the client, and the peer would be the server. For the server, the host would be the server. And the peers, you'd have an array of peers, which would be all of the clients connected to the server. It's a little confusing naming convention, but you get used to it. And then, yeah, like how to create hosts. You can do some other stuff, like you can set bandwidth limits or check how much bandwidth or check the round trip time. It keeps track of all that stuff for you. You can do throttling. And then there's some internal stuff here about commands, dispatching commands. And it also handles connections and, like I said, fragmentation. If you send big data, it'll automatically fragment the packets and make sure they all get sent and received in the right order and act, etc. Act as an ACK, you know, like acknowledged as opposed to ACT. So an abstracted WinSock library, that's nice. I couldn't find a whole lot when it came to networking with C++. I think SDLNet is the same thing. It's like a very thin abstraction for Linux and Windows and maybe Mac on top of WinSock and Unix sockets. It's not like a protocol. Enet is a protocol defined on top of UDP that adds additional functionality that you need, and you can either implement it yourself or you can use enet. I tried to implement it myself first. It was very tedious. I decided to use enet just to learn more about how it worked. And because, like I said, it's 6,000 lines of code, so if you want to know, you can just read the enet source code and make your own, you know, form your own opinions about what's good and what's bad, and then make your own thing later, or just modify enet if you want, because it's MIT licensed, so you can just fork enet and change whatever you don't like about it, kind of like the ZPL guys did. Yeah, what do we want to do? What do we want to figure out? I need to get the world, I guess, is the first thing. Is that true? I think it is. I could just hard code the lobby to start. That seems silly. I feel like I should send the world. The problem is, I kind of designed this naively. in that the world is randomly generated, sort of like Minecraft, but not in chunks. It's generated all at once from a seed. And my original reason for that was so that the world generation would be deterministic, and I could just send the seed to the client, and then the client could also generate the world. And all I would have to send is like 4 bytes, which is the world seed, or 8 bytes, or however many bytes, right? And then like both parties would be synced up and have all the world data, and I wouldn't have to send really anything over the network except positions and inputs. The problem with that, which I don't know if it's a problem, I think it's probably a problem, is if everything that happens in the world is based on the seed, you can't send it to the client, because then the client would have the seed. So in the example of Minecraft, if the Minecraft server just sent the seed to the client could just use that seed to determine where all the diamonds are, and then just mine straight to the diamonds. Like, they could cheat, right? They could use the seed to figure out the world gen. So I don't actually know how Minecraft's networking protocol works, but presumably it sends you chunks of data about blocks that are near you, as opposed to sending you the seed and letting you generate the world yourself. So having a deterministic seed is still really useful, because I can send it to my friends and they can generate the same world as me, but it's not really useful for the case where the server needs to communicate how the world is laid out to the client, unless you don't care about that, unless you don't care that the client can generate everything in the world and know where everything is. But I think I do care. I mean, I could do that as a first step, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if there's any point in just sending the seed and letting the client generate the world. I already know that's going to work, because it's already implemented. Like, you already can just have a seed, and if you set it to the same thing, it always generates the same world. So I think the more interesting problem to solve is, how do I communicate to the client the state of the world near them from the server? And it's a tile-based game, right? So the state of the world is just some set of tiles, not a lot of data. Left at must have class struct union. Okay. Int ID. This should just be square bracket size T ID, right? I think this is a class enum as well, so you gotta do the weird cast thing, because whatever. C++ doesn't allow implicit cast from enum to int if you use strongly typed enums. What is going on here? Item, if item, and dereference item and pass a reference back. Also do like references. It is nice to be able to not have to do null checks in some parts of your code by utilizing references intelligently. That is a benefit of C++ for sure. Not a huge one, but it is a benefit. What's this saying? This is uninitialized. Okay, I think you can just do this, right? That's another weird thing, is because it's a class in C++, like a struct is just a class in C++, even if you define it as a struct, you have to like initialize all of your stuff. Since you're not like C allocating this, you're just constructing it on the stack when you try to use one. Otherwise, all these things have undefined values. So you just have to put curly braces after everything, presumably. Unless I'm just stupid and don't understand the better way to do this, but that's what I've been doing, is just putting empty curly brackets at the end of every member to say, if I construct this thing and don't specify this thing, set it to 0. Which is what I want to happen. And also these might like indirectly construct more things, right? Like this I don't know, this constructs a vector, but like this thing is going to construct an item, right? And then the item is also a struct, but in C++ that's a class, has a constructor, and then I need to put curly brackets here to be like, make this be all zeros also. I don't know, it's kind of strange. This is just the default empty item, because whatever reasons. Yeah, anyways, I don't think std array is really adding any value here. It doesn't seem like I was using that. I don't know what the difference between an array and an std array is. I guess the std array knows its size, and then you can like query its size or iterate over it or something, which maybe is better. Maybe that's why I was using it. But then it makes all the usage syntax be really crappy, right? Then you have to say like at instead of just square brackets. Is that really worth it? Probably not. Also, if it's an array, can't you just say by ID, like size of spelled blah wrong, but it doesn't matter. It's a placeholder variable anyways. What is this? 24. Yeah, so can I just say array size, which is a macro I have that just divides the size by whatever, and this will say 3, right? Which is true. Presumably item count is 3. So yeah, it doesn't really add any value. I mean, it would change, like, instead of being able to say like for item in by ID, which you would never do because the whole point of this is it's supposed to be a map. Instead of saying this, you'd have to say like for size ti equals 0 while I is less than array size by ID. Right? I mean, that's like the only difference. Maybe there's some other weird like C++ container magic stuff you can do if you use std array. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it there and leave it commented in case we decide or like find a use case later why it matters. But I prefer the square brackets for now. Yeah, like I said, the cast thing is kind of weird. Yeah. Kind of weird indeed. So, we started the server. The client is connected to the server. So I just have this generic receive handler that handles like any packet being sent to the server and really doesn't do a lot with it. Like if they've never sent anything before, we send the welcome basket. So really what we need in here probably is an additional switch statement, which, you know, probably should be in a different function somewhere, where we get some data back out of the packet about the type of event that it is, which I guess we're already doing it here, right? And process message. So if we look at like game clients, process message, not game client, net client, process message, this is gonna read some bytes. It's gonna deserialize the raw packet. I mean, not the raw packet anymore, now it's the enet packet, but the raw bytes from inside the enet packet, and then that thing has a type, right? Has this type. There's like chat message, identify, welcome. So I think we want welcome. Probably we want this to just print something, would be a good first timestamp string, mem copy, whatever. I don't know what all this point of this is. Don't we put a timestamp in here when we send a chat message? I guess not. Okay, whatever. Well, we want the timestamp on the receiving end for chat messages anyways. But in here, we can just say chat history, push message, and somehow we need to look at packet, net message. Oh, we gotta cast it. So we'll just do this. We'll static cast chat message to welcome basket, I think is what it's called. Maybe? No? It's called something like that. Just called welcome. So net message welcome. gonna be this. A reference to the net message, static cast to welcome, and then we're going to say welcome message. Does this not have anything? I guess it has no fields. I guess we could just, well, I don't know what user it should be. Yeah, let's just say Sam, C string Sam, C string welcome to the server. And actually what we could do is we could have a message of the day, right? That's like a cool thing people do. Chart message of the day. How long should the message of the day be? Let's say 64. Size T, modded, length. Okay. 64, sure. Yeah, and then we can just print that. We can just say username length. This is going to be welcome message modded length. This is kind of a weird macro. It sort of messes up IntelliSense because it thinks that this is the second argument now, username length, but really this is the third argument, message, and the reason is this thing takes whatever you pass to it and creates two arguments, right? Like it has a comma right here in the middle. So it like turns one argument into two arguments. It basically just generates the length of a constant string so that you don't have to type, you know, normally you'd have to type this, you have to type Sam, and then you have to type like size of Sam. Kind of annoying to type the string twice, so there's just a macro that will generate both. So username, I don't know what all the username stuff is. Also salt isn't really a thing here, maybe. Like this would be like a new type of packet, like an auth challenge packet or whatever. I don't know if we need that. I do want to check people's username and password at some point, but for now, we are not doing that. So wherever we generate this message, which is going to be in the server, it's in welcome basket. I guess in here maybe we can say something. Send message, user join notification. What is this? Yeah, this is kind of weird, but basically we want to say user join notification modded equals welcome to what were we calling that? Oh yeah, we're calling this the Lonely Island. The lobby is called the Lonely Island because it's just a circle of grass in the middle of an ocean with nothing on it. And it's kind of funny. What's the deal here? Is it because it's const or something? I don't know. User notification. I guess this should be a pointer, not an array, right? I don't know why. I don't know why I made this an array. Also, the asterisks are kind of wonky there, but whatever. We want to say we're just gonna do string length for now. String length. Maybe later we'll make this less terrible. I mean, it only happens once when you first connect. It's really not the end of the world if it has to loop over the string and find the length, but also it's a constant string, so it seems kind of pointlessly stupid to calculate the length every time a client joins. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Let's see what this does. Oh, no, we need one more thing. Wherever this is, somewhere, welcome, somewhere we serialize this manually, because that's just what we're doing right now, is serializing things manually. And we need to say modded length is less than $64, I guess. I'll just pick as a number for now because whatever. Actually, I don't know why we care if it's just a pointer. Why does it matter? I mean, in serialize we might care because we don't want to try to serialize a packet that has like massive data in it, but even there we don't technically care anymore, except for this. We care about how many bits the length will take up, which I guess is actually 6 in this case, right? Server host length. Well, we're not serializing server host length in here anywhere, right? Yeah, I think this has to be 6. Chat message. I don't know, we're like doing compression in here probably prematurely. But I don't know, man. Write this, write this. Alright, we're basically saying like the packet needs to contain the string and the length of the string. I mean, or it could be just nil terminated, but that's gross. And it kind of serves as like an extra checksum to make sure it didn't get corrupted. But we're storing the length in less than 8 bytes just because network compression. So it matters what the max is, right? The max is 64, which this is actually the wrong thing, so good thing I checked that. The max is 64, which is 2 to the 6th power, which is why we need 6 bits instead of 5 bits, because the other ones are max 32. Yeah, this is really gross, error-prone code that will probably get deleted one day. So theoretically, we start this. We start this. Maybe. Did it write it on the server side? I guess that's kind of weird because now the server has a chat history that doesn't get displayed anywhere, and I think that's where I wrote this. Is that true? Or was it on the client? No, it's on the client, right? It should be here. This should have pushed a message. Why did that? Hold on. Need to recompile this. Yeah, this should hit Oh, I guess we're not sending, the server's not sending a packet, right? Or is it? Didn't this send a packet? Send raw, enet peer send. And welcome basket. Did it say sending welcome basket? It didn't say that. I think it's not hitting this line. If not, client send welcome basket. And client username length. Let's attach this to the server and run the client and make sure we have a breakpoint in here, or maybe just in here, and send some stuff and tell it to log in. Wait, did not hit receive at all? I have to send a second message? Oh yeah, the first message doesn't get sent, right? Username length is 0. Now it's not printing anything, why? Okay. Why is username empty? Did we comment auth or something? Did we like forget to set username length somewhere? The client should auth when you connect. Connect. Auth. Oh, we're not calling auth anymore, are we? We never do ident. Actually, no, we should be calling auth somewhere. I think auth gets called down here. Which we commented out. So we need to auth. Because if we don't auth, then we don't get the welcome basket. And if we don't get the welcome basket, we don't get the message of the day. If we don't get the message of the day, we can't print the message of the day. And that's the problem we're currently having. It all fits together now. Sort of. Still don't see it though. We uncommented it, right? Like... If we debug net client should call auth when we connect, which should push connected to server, which it did. Then it should receive this thing, which should process a message. Just make sure we hit this. So we auth. We didn't receive anything. Maybe when we auth, we don't set the username on the server side. Identify client username length, memcopy username. We are setting it right here. Also, don't know why these are arrays instead of whatever. I guess that's fine. Process message. Wait, did we destroy the packet already? We already copied the raw data over. Let's attach this again. Wish it would remember the thing I attached it to last time, so I wouldn't have to type it every single time. Show processes. Yeah, why does it not know that the process is the name of the executable of the project I currently have open? Seems logical. Okay, let's run this. Type some stuff. Oh, we got connected to the server, but we have to just send another one. That's weird. Uh-oh. What did we break? Peer send failed. Why? Why did this fail? There should be a peer. Why does it think we're disconnected? What? Net server peer disconnected. That doesn't make any sense. Did we have a breakpoint for too long? Maybe. Are we like, I think we killed the server accidentally. Let's try this again. Connected to server. Okay. If we send another message, it breaks. Why does this break? Doesn't make any sense. And also, where does it break? Oh, this is null. I feel like null and 0 should be fine, right? Are we trying to memcopy the null or something? Yeah, maybe this is trying to memcopy from here. Although it memcopied 0 things, so that should be fine. Right? I mean, that's not a problem. It's kind of dumb, but it's not a problem. What's this packet? A chat message. What is the chat message? Packet. Net message is a chat message. Chat message is from the server. 6. The message is blah blah blah, join the game. 25. That should be fine, right? I don't see why there's any problem there. And then what's this? packet, net message, chat message. Message is ASDF. Username is ASDF. 84. That looks fine. Cert message like. Oh, wait. This isn't where it was crashing before. Yeah, we're just putting empty things in the chat history. I mean, that's easy to fix. I didn't think that's what the problem was, though. But I guess we can fix that somewhere in here. Somewhere, wherever the chat thing lives. Net client, push chat message. I guess in here we can say assert username. Length. Message. Length. Right, and then I don't know, in here I guess we could assert net chat, username, etc. And this shouldn't be able to be null because it's a reference, but its members could be null. We do this, which we can't because the server's running, which is the most infuriatingly annoying thing ever. I should probably make a copy of this executable so that I'm not running the one that I'm trying to freaking... We could do that. Is it worth it? It's kind of worth it, honestly, to copy this to somewhere. Like, can I just say, if you want to see what I'm doing, I'm programming a notepad. I'm just gonna copy this to debug. Copy. Then I'm gonna run debug copy so that I can start the server. And then recompile the program without it not working because the server is using the executable, if that makes sense. The problem is I'm running the server and I want to like iterate on the client. I want to keep recompiling the client and running it again. I can't do that because the server and the client are the same executable. So it, like, this executable right here is in use. So the compiler can't write the new executable to it while the server's running. So what I did is I just copied that to a copy exe in the server bat file, and I run the server from here instead. So it should always still be the latest one because it'll always copy the latest one. Now, if I try to run the server while it's compiling or whatever, it's not going to work, but that's fine. I don't think that will ever happen. Okay, so now we're running the server. Now we can recompile this, and we can run this, and we should get an assert when we try to put a chat message in there with length 0, right? Wherever that is. Yeah, right here. So if we retry this, message length is 0. So that's fine. Now we can go back up the stack, find this thing. Which actually is saying message of the day is empty. So maybe, oh, we did serialize and not deserialize, right? That's the problem. This is why this code is really stupid, because I keep forgetting. I keep writing the serializers and then not writing the deserializers, and then I'm like, where's my data? And the answer is my data is in the packet, but I didn't read it out of the packet, so of course it didn't work. So let's just do this. Skip that. This one, and this one, and then this is uppercase. And 5 is 6. Again, yes, I know this is terrible, horrible, crappy code. What's the problem here? Char, message of the day. Can't buffer pointer. What? Do I need to cast this? I guess all the other ones are const char and this one's not. That's somehow a problem. I don't really care which one it is, to be honest. Okay, I guess I should, in this case, restart the server since I changed the network protocol. Okay, run this again. Type some stuff. Type a username. You're connected. Type more stuff. Great. I typed more stuff. Oh, and it says welcome to the Lonely Island. So the problem is, this is like an extra step. It doesn't show up until the second packet is received, right? I want that to show up when the first packet is received, not once I chat again, which is basically right here. But at this point, I'm just getting an eNet connection message, not a welcome message, so I don't have... So I guess I should send something here. What is this? Net client. I should send something here. But I am sending something here, right? I'm sending auth. Bit confusing. I type stuff in chat. This first thing where I type in chat, this part, this doesn't actually send a chat message. It's a bit confusing how it works right now. I had this bound to a hotkey, but now I just made it so if you type in chat and you're not connected to a server, it'll pop up the login box. So the first thing that I type just results in this: you're not connected to a server, nobody's listening, right? And if I do it again before I connect, nobody's listening. So those just get discarded. That's why those aren't chat. That's actually expected behavior. But this thing, like once I log in, right, should try to connect. Basically, it sets the username and password. It tries to connect. Right, so if I say like whatever, user ABC, I try to connect. I'm gonna hit auth, and then when I go into auth is going to assert that there's a username and password, which there is, user ABC. It's gonna generate an identify packet and send the identify packet to the server, which is probably gonna time out because I'm in the debugger and the timeout is set really low right now. And it says I'm connected, but I haven't received anything, right? On the server, maybe in server connect I need to do something. Yeah, like in here I need to send a packet back, right? So I should just do, actually I should just move this. I was thinking about the old way where there's no connection, but eNet actually has a connection, right? It has the concept of a connection. So I should be setting the welcome basket here. Where did we get client from? Clients end, client equals clients. What the hell is this doing? Clients find if it equals end, then put it in there. Else. I feel like I should reset the client also when I do that. Right? This should do. How do I do that? Chat. I think I'm doing it in somewhere in chat in Alec. Sorry, I said chat. Probably felt like I was addressing you, chat. If anyone's in chat, feel free to chat. But that's not the chat I was referring to. I was referring to this chat because somewhere in here, I think it does. Yeah, it does this thing. Displacement new, which I forgot the syntax of. But I think I want to do this here. Maybe that's not what. Not what I copied. Come on, keyboard. Keep up. Where's this go? That's not where I was either. Where was I? I was down here. Yeah, so this TLM blah blah blah. This is gonna be vector data plus index. This is the address. Right? I don't think I can do this. I think this will fail. Yeah, that will fail. This is the address. Then we dereference that and we put it in a so actually, oh, second is a pointer, right? Is that the problem? Can this be a reference? What I'm curious about. then can I just not? Oh yeah, you can't reassign a reference. I never know how to do the thing where you like set it equal to nothing. Like if you need an if statement around it, how do you make a reference, right? You can't make a reference inside of an if statement because like you have to declare it outside, which means you have to assign it to something, and once it's been assigned you can't reassign it. You just always have to use a pointer in that case, I guess, or I don't know how you would conditionally do that. But yeah, pretty much I just want to say client equals this, and then T is going to be net server client, maybe. And do this. I don't know if this is valid. Could be, could not be. Who am I to say? I mean, this is like convoluted C++ stuff to basically just say like net, like memset client 0 size of client, right? This is really what I'm trying to do. Sort of. I mean, this calls a constructor, but the constructor doesn't do anything except set everything to 0. So like in my case, this is a much more convoluted way to say 0 out the data structure before you reuse it. In case it is not, which I guess I don't, the reason I'm not doing that is because this would already have returned it. So I guess, honestly, this would be more like this case, which we don't want to do. So maybe the real thing is when you disconnect, you want to do that, right? Because it's not when it's not found. If it's not found, we just put it in the map. It's when it is found. So this this thing like peer data equals null needs to be this, maybe? Is this valid syntax? Like when they disconnect, I want to set the thing at that address to empty. So that next time we do this for a new client, if they reconnect, it has zeros instead of random nonsense from last time. And then up here, and like this should probably be refactored out into a helper that's like find client by address or whatever. Maybe we should just do that. Net server find clients, and it takes what does it take? Whatever this is, enet address, which is going to return a net server client reference, maybe. Listen, private, I guess we'll put it here. Sure, process message is up here, and then find clients. I don't know, I can move it later if we care. Event peer address. Okay, this is just gonna be address, right? Is this a pointer, or what does this take? This just takes an address. And then peer. We'll do this part outside, so find clients. This is gonna be find clients. Oh, but then we can't, oh no, we don't need to return null. Yeah, we just say peer equals peer. Okay, so we want net server clients equals find clients by event peer address, right? Which will always return something, and then we want to say if not client peer, Is this a pointer? This is a pointer. Event peer. So we don't really need to check this probably. If it already has a peer, we don't need to set the peer. Like we could also just do this, right? And just overwrite it if it's already there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we do that. I feel like there's no way to detect if it's a different. Oh, we don't want address. Wait, do we want address? I don't think we want address. Event peer address. We can't use address. Why are we even doing this? Why don't we just use the peer? Right? Like we don't want to look it up by address because there could be two people connecting from the same address. Why don't we just make this by peer? Where is this? Like this thing, address to clients. Why isn't this just enet peer? And enet peer could just be like this shouldn't move to anywhere else, right? Because we're storing a pointer to it. It should be a stable pointer. And then we don't need, hold on, let's just copy this so we have it as a reference. I don't think we need these things then, right? We should just say clients, like enet peer to net server clients. Wait, is there a user data thing? Because that would be even better. There might be a user data. And then we don't even need a map. Right, is there like events, peer, data? Yeah, we could just use this. Right? Sort of, then we have to add one to somewhere. We still have to allocate a thing. Net server. What's up, Pumpkin60LG? IG? Where did that go? H, net message, where is it? Chat, net server H, this thing? I think we still do want a map in this case by the peer. I don't know, let's try it. Let's try peer to whatever. So this will just take the peer instead of the peer address so that it accounts for the port. This will be enet peer. This will find the peer client given a specific peer. If it doesn't exist, it'll add one. And what's the issue here? This is supposed to be a pointer, it's not a pointer. We can make it a pointer, because why not? Okay, this will turn a client's. This should be a pointer already, is it not? What's the problem here? Oh, we need to change the signature to say enet peer. Return a reference to a client. And then we're just gonna say event peer data equals this maybe. If not, then we have to use pointers again. Dang it. References are like a good idea that never actually work because you always need to reassign them. Wait, we could just do it inside of here, right? In here, find client could just say equals peer, not Pete, peer data. If not clients, do this. Your data. What is, this is a void pointer, right? That's why this is complaining. That's fine. Just do this. Okay, this equals find client, and then we can get rid of all this stuff. And this probably wants a pointer, right? Process message client. We could change this to take a reference instead. Maybe, because we don't need to reassign it, right? In here? Yeah, I don't think so. Let's replace this with client dot. Then in here, process message can also take a reference. Beautiful. What are you up to, Pumpkin? Working on any cool projects? Just hanging out? Client and welcome basket. Let's let's do the same thing. Let's find the client here. Right here. And then say there's this weird bug where it keeps like going to the next keeps going to the next instance. Like I do Control H on this to try to replace it with something, but then for some reason it highlights the next one. I have to hit Shift F3 to go back. I don't know if that's just a Visual Studio 2022 bug or what is going on there. Send welcome basket. Send welcome basket can take a reference also. Where's that welcome basket? This can take a reference. I feel like all these can probably take a reference, right? I don't know. They don't really need to be pointers. E-info, what's the issue here? Client, okay, just more client things. Gotta be replaced with more dots. Dot. You know what I'm saying? Is that all? I guess it's all of them. Can make this be a reference, make this be a reference. And you get a reference, and you get a reference, and you get a reference. And we don't need to assert client anymore. That's one of the nice things about this way. Because we know it has to be equal to something. What's going on here though? What is this? Send raw client kv second. Okay, so we just don't do that. Yeah, I don't like this stuff. Net peer client is kv. I guess it has to be called kv because that's what it is, but I don't like it. Now what is this saying is the problem? Address. Oh yeah, this isn't address anymore. This is peer. Which I don't even know if that's the right syntax. Just sort of made it up. Yeah, not really. It's based on a bit of programming experience. Send welcome basket. If not client, send welcome basket, and client username length, send welcome basket. I feel like, where do we auth? Auth is identify. I think I figured out why it's not in here, right? Because client is authing. I think this still has to be in the other place. Also, I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's just do this. And then this, maybe. I don't know. So, I'm gonna kill the server again because I changed tons of stuff. I guess we want to debug this server in this case, right? We're in server code. Attached to process 1. Run this thing, type some stuff, hit enter. Send welcome basket equals false. Username length equals 0. Connection to server timed out. I probably need to increase the timeout when I'm debugging. Welcome basket. Username length is 8. Why does this say false? Oh, that's Boolean. Username length is 8. Send welcome basket clients. Oh, peer got. Is that a race condition or an actual bug? I'm not entirely sure. Seems bad. Let's start the server. Let's start the client. Let's type stuff and see what happens. Connected to server. That is true. I am connected to the server. If I say foo, server crashes. That's not great. If saying foo crashes your server, you got a problem. Attach to process 1. Run this thing. I guess we're debugging it, so we just say foo again. Yeah, for some reason peer is empty. Why? Last packet received false. Why did we never set peer, I guess. Yeah, don't we need to say like client peer equals event peer? We need like a two-way connection here, right? Let's get rid of this, recompile, run the server, attach to the server for the millionth time, run the clients, type some stuff, see if it crashes. Of course, we got disconnected because we waited more than 3 seconds. Should probably make that longer. Yeah, I don't like that connected to server and welcome is showing up at different times. How do I fix that? That's what I'm trying to fix. Server, this is client. Server, the welcome thing is coming too late. The welcome thing should come immediately though, because when server does this, find client, when we connect on the client side, we auth sends a packet. When we get a packet here, we auth, and then this should send the basket. And it should have a username length. Are we just never setting client username length? That could be true, right? It's like this, yeah, let's hit a breakpoint here. Let's see, this is server side, so this is Control-Alt-P. There we go. Control-Alt-P. Do this, run the client, type some stuff. This packet should be an identify packet. It does take the client. It sets the client's length to 4 and username to ASTF. Oh, so we're doing it in process message, that's why. So it's just an ordering problem, right? We need to send the welcome basket after we process the message, I guess, and then it should be fine. We need to find the client, process the message, and then immediately return a welcome basket if the message we process has a name in it. Also, I'm just gonna get rid of all this stuff. I don't know if the packet could be the packet. I'll leave that there. Store relevant client information here. Peer data. Where are we doing that? Are we doing that in here somewhere? Here, event peer. Event peer. Client peer equals peer. Where are we setting the data? Was that on the client we did that? We're saying this, and then we're just finding the client if it's already there. I feel like this client peer. This should be clients, right? And this can short circuit. If we stop here in the server, so kill this, recompile, start server, connect to that, start client. That's very tedious to start up. So if we go to find client here, it should already have peer data. If we cast that to a client, hopefully it's a valid pointer that points to something useful. Return client. Then welcome basket faults, username 4. Yeah, that should work. It's gonna have timed out now because I waited a long time. Foo, I'm gonna say my username is Dandy. Welcome, Danny joined. That's better. I shouldn't see my own join message though. I thought I skipped that. If we look at broadcast, I do want to have a message that can broadcast to everyone except the person who generated the message, right? I don't want to broadcast to myself that I joined the game, do I? Maybe I do. I don't know. Does Minecraft do that? Not that Minecraft's like this, you know, standard of games, but it's just an easy place to check quickly. Click this one maybe. Of course, they changed the launcher and the login and all sorts of random stuff, so I don't know how to do this anymore. Let's see, what is this? Mojang. What's my password? I guess this is my username. What? Oh, it's this thing, right? No? What do you mean doesn't exist? What the hell? How do I log into this stupid thing? This definitely does exist. Oh god, did it like delete my account and have to set it up all over again or what? What's going on here? Come on, man, it's Minecraft. You can't fuck up Minecraft, Microsoft. People got better things to do. Is it this? Is this my stupid email? Yeah, okay, I have 2 emails. Oh man, okay, so apparently it's, wait, hold on, cancel this. Discard. When is it? Mojang. Minecraft. This one. And password. Your password is incorrect. What the fuck, man? The pain in the balls. I have like 10 Minecraft accounts because I had to like make Mojang ones and I made an alt account and now I ported it to Microsoft. Now I have a Microsoft account. Okay, I'm gonna turn this back on so you all can see what's going on here. I guess we're just gonna pick latest release or something. I don't know if it matters. Actually, yeah, how does that work? 117.1. Let's just try this. See what happens. I just want to connect to a server and see if it says that I logged in or not. That's really all I'm testing right now. Because I don't remember. What is this? What is demo world? Demo? Why demo? What do you mean? What is this? What the hell, Microsoft? Microsoft demo mode. What the fuck is this garbage? How do you just open Minecraft? Like, why is that so hard? Why do they need to add all this other stupid stuff that makes it impossible? Like, how do I log into my account anymore? We're gradually moving Mojang accounts. Yeah, I noticed, because nothing works anymore. Can't log into your stupid game. I don't want to deal with this right now. I just want to know when you log in if it says that you logged in or not. I don't actually want to log in. Billing info. Like, I already own the game. I already bought the game twice. How many more times do you want me to buy it? How do you even buy it? This is so dumb. Minecraft.net. Wait, does Minecraft.net not even exist anymore? Or this URL just doesn't exist? Okay, so they broke the login URL. That's cool. Oh my goodness, man. Dude, what the fuck? Garbage. How do I just log into my stupid account and play the stupid game? What do you mean unknown email address? This has been my email address for the past 15 years. Like, did you delete my old account when I made the new account and now both are broken? Because that's cool. Can I just use this one? Sign in options. I'm already signed in. You just showed me my username. Now you're asking me to sign in again. Why? Minecraft. Minecraft is stupid and really, really broken. Why did they fuck up how authentication works? Your password is incorrect. No, it's definitely not, but thanks for your opinion. So confused, man. Email code. I don't really want to delete this, I guess. I don't know. Can I use Mojang login? Like, does this work? Or is that also broken? Like... Invalid email address. If you already migrated your account, go back and sign in with Microsoft. You know, I tried that and it didn't work. What am I supposed to log into it? I don't get it. All the like websites are down. You can't go to mojang.net anymore. The login page doesn't exist. Like I have this saved as my account name, but that doesn't seem to work. So if I go to here, it doesn't work there. Is it like Microsoft? What is it called? So I can only log into one of my accounts, and that account, it says doesn't own Minecraft, so I'm not allowed to play Minecraft. So like, how am I supposed to play the game anymore? Wait, do I have other live? Is that what it is? Live? Like, does this one work? We've locked your account. Brilliant. Like, so ridiculously stupid, man. Enter the access code. Could you send an invite to Sushi Coding YT? An invite? What do you mean? An invite on what? Your account has been unblocked. Wonderful. Good grief. A Discord server invite? Oh, you mean like generate an invite to Sushi's server so that you can click it and join? If I can figure out where that is, sure. Invite people. I think this should work. Okay, I figured out how to sign in to the stupid Minecraft after 30 minutes, and also apparently one of my accounts is locked and one of them is deleted, so also, what the fuck, dude? I still have demo world. Like, Minecraft is just unplayable. Like, it doesn't work anymore. You can't play Minecraft anymore. It's illegal. Playing Minecraft is too much fun. You're not allowed. Like, they didn't transfer ownership of any of my shit. Like, it literally says Minecraft Java Edition. It says play. It doesn't say buy. Like, what? How am I supposed to play it? Such a waste of time. I give up. I just want to play Minecraft for 12 seconds to see how the login page worked, and it won't let me. Freaking ridiculous, man.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the breakdown. Today we're going to be going over
We're gonna watch a stupid tutorial about how to join a Minecraft server so that I can see.
server address.
Oh god, this guy's resource packs.
To the lobby and /server.
It does say welcome. Can we find someone who's not an idiot that uses resource packs? Minecraft, how to join a server. Are there like any normal players that just use regular Minecraft to do regular Minecraft things? Okay, you added it, you clicked it, then what happened? Of course, they're all joining modded servers as well, so like the chat's gonna be all fucked up. That's why I just wanted to do this myself. Join a game and see what happens. Because now they're in like some lobby world with a bunch of mods. How to host Minecraft server on PC.
What is going on everybody?
Is he gonna join it? Join server. He's joining localhost. It didn't say anything. And he didn't open chat. Oh wait, this is like game mode. Yeah, I don't know. So who cares about Minecraft? Because Minecraft's too hard to play in 2021 because apparently they hate their users. What do I want to happen in my own game? I guess I don't care if it tells me I joined. I really don't care at all. We can get rid of this connected to server thing though, because it's redundant. Right, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Or we can make it gray or something. Gray, info, debug. You make it debug. Let's call it debug. In game client, wherever we're checking for Sam, which was actually right here. Sam, we can say from debug. Sorry for complaining about Minecraft for anyone who's still watching, if anyone's still watching. Don't blame me if you're not, because I wouldn't be. But I really hate when a game has worked fine for 15 years and then they break it for no good reason, because they feel like rewriting the entire auth system or something stupid. Super frustrating as a user, especially when you paid money for this thing multiple times. Not be able to just log into your account and play the game. What is this? What's going on here? Server max length, debug, that's fine. So if 5. This is also just dumb debug code that whatever will change someday eventually. Yeah, so we're just gonna say else if from debug chat color equals gray. That's all I want to do. Move this down here. get rid of this. That does not look like gray to me. That looks like white. Also, that thing happens sometimes, which is kind of weird. Yeah, this does not look like gray. What color is this? 130. That's not what I observed at all. From debug, chat color equals gray. Did I like spell it wrong? Am I detecting it wrong? 1, 2, 5, 3. C string debug. I mean, maybe I detected it wrong. Yeah, why is it in square brackets? Why is this not matching? Debug. What did I do wrong? Also, why is this here? Net client, like store client information? I am the client. I don't need to store client information. Net client push message debug. Why isn't this matching? Guess we just breakpoint this. Which we can't do yet because it doesn't exist. We do this, and we breakpoint this, and then we look at chat history. What is this? Is this an array or something? I don't remember. Username is Sam. Username is debug. Length is 5. DEVUG. This should be true, right? Why is this not true? What did I type wrong? Oh, why is... Wait, what? Oh, this is the wrong one. Username like this 3. Username like this 5. From debug equals true. Oh, because the freaking if statement doesn't have. Chat, come on, chat. You could have saved me 10 minutes. I didn't add it to the list of things when to run the angle bracket mode. Now it's dark gray, and I wanted it to be regular gray, so let's go back to regular gray. So basically, this, if you're wondering what the hell is going on here, this is the thing that renders the chat, right? This renders the background of the chat. This renders all the chat messages as strings, draw text font, right? I'm using Raylib, so these are Raylib functions. So are these, draw rectangle. It iterates over all the messages in the chat history, which is a, whatever you call it, a buffer. What's it called? Circular buffer. So like, it can hold 10 things at a time or however many things, and then when you get a new message, it knocks off the oldest message. So it just, you know, circles around so that you don't have to keep allocating memory and keep all the chat history. Eventually, I'll probably keep more chat history than what it's currently keeping, because you might want to like scroll up and see what someone said 5 minutes ago. But for now, just keeps the last 10. And we check the username of whoever sent the chat message, and if it's one of these special usernames, like server, Sam, or debug, Sam is the name of the slime who's on the island who's not currently visible because I turned him off. He's like the Microsoft paperclip guy, I guess. Clippy. He's like the annoying Clippy version of Clippy in this game, who is a slime. He doesn't do anything except tells you stuff about you being connected to the server. Because he needed a name. But then there's also just this server thing, which is like broadcast messages from the server. So those are going to show up in red, and then, which maybe they don't need to, but for now they are. And then I just added this debug one, which is going to be gray text, which is just chat messages I echo locally if I want to just put debug stuff in the chat. Which normally I put debug stuff in the console, but you know, I might want to put it in the chat. Maybe even this stuff gets moved out of the console and goes into the chat, and then I can hide the console window, and then I won't have like 10 console windows to figure out which one's which. But in any case, for now, you just log in. It says connected to server, but the important thing is it says the message of the day. It's kind of weird that it says Sam. That seems weird and wrong. I don't think Sam is saying this, right? Do we do that on the client side? Yeah, we're sending that from the server, aren't we? Net server. Yeah, message. Oh no, message of the day. Yeah, so wherever message of the day is, which is in net message deserialize in here somewhere. Maybe. No, it's like one of the other ones. Oh, it's in client process message. This thing. Yeah, this shouldn't be Sam. This should be probably just server, honestly. I'm like generating a chat message based on the welcome message, so it's kind of confusing who it came from, but I think I want to show that up. Add that to show up as if server said it. Yeah, so server says, welcome to the Lonely Island, join the game. It could be like a special color, right? I could just add message of the day. I guess maybe in that case I wouldn't want to render the username. Message of the day. This is kind of janky, but let's just do this for now because it'll be fun. Instead of this, from modded, we will do this, and then this will be. I really need to refactor this because counting characters is like really dumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. Let's just make a macro for this. Define check username. And we'll just paste this, and then we'll just replace this with size of username, and this with username. Then we will undefined check username, and then this can just be check username server. Which isn't working for some reason. Why not? What's the problem here? Bool server check username equals size of server and string and comp server. Oh, chat message. Okay, it thinks this is the username. Let's just say user. Actually, no, we can't do that. N? I don't know. Why is it, what, this is next to something else. Why does it think that this is part of the macro? That's kind of weird. Username length equals username and string. Oh wait, hold on. It's the second one. It's this dot username. Because I guess there were no dots before, and it thinks. Okay. I'm just gonna say value or whatever, like something else that's not the word username for now. No? Is it still broken? Now what's it complaining about? Type name not allowed. What do you mean? Chat message username length equals size of server and not string and comp username server chat message username length. What do you mean type name not allowed? Do I need a space here or something? Oh, it's because I copied this stuff, right? That's the problem. Whoops. Okay, great. Now let's just do this here. Sam. Debug. Also, thanks for the follow, GCNX86. Message of the day. And thanks also for the follow, Third Eye Stash. How are you all doing this evening? It's just the, you know, macro is kind of gross, but like it saves you from typing this out a bunch of times. I could make a function, but if you make a function, there's not really any way to get size of the string without doing string length. Unless I use my existing macro to pass it to the function, and then I'm already using a macro, so I might as well just put the macro right here. And this can go away later. These can be intern strings or who knows, right? Like, not important. For now, I'm just gonna do it this way. And then from modded, can be this. Then we'll say else if, you know, this is like a giant else if thing. Could also maybe be a switch statement or something at some point. Like we can map a string to an enum. It's just so very unimportant right now. I mean, honestly, we could just map the string to a color, right? I mean, we could just say like std map, unordered map, const char to whatever the hell this is. What is a color? What is this? I guess it's a color. Username colors. And then like say some stuff. I don't know how to initialize a map. Right, this would be like server. Maybe you can just do this. Red. Right, this is another way. It's maybe better. Sam, and then you don't have all these string and comp things. Debug. I guess you sort of have a string and comp thing, because like, yeah, now it's going to be pointer based lookup. It could be a different pointer, so that probably doesn't work. This would have to be like std string. Unless we assume that the strings are interned, which I don't really want to do right now. So we're just going to keep this, but for the purpose of example, that's another way. I'm going to say chat color equals yellow for message of the day. And we're going to do this and log in. Figure out what we broke, which we can't do because we're not debugging. Not debugging this. Let's run the server. Let's debug this. Do the same thing. What happened there? None of these match. Username length is 8. 8. What? Oh, this is the random thing I typed. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Username length is 8. Wait, why is username length always 8? Okay, 18. This one should be the string and comp one, right? Username, message of the day, value 18. 18. So if we do this, this is false, this is false, this is false, this is false. Why is this one false? Hey noob, can you make me a D2 hack? Given enough time and money, probably. But I'd have to move to a different country where it were legal, you know? But again, given enough time and money, I could move to a different country. Asia seems like a good place to move. Here there's a lot of declones spawning over there. Ugh. I don't know why this isn't working. What did I do wrong? Just gonna copy this. Bool from modded 2 equals this. And then value is gonna say message of the day, which should be 18. And then put this here, right? This should be 18. Oh, it's 19. Oh, I need the size of -1, I guess? That's annoying. Off by 1 errors. Okay, we'll size of by 1 and see if it fixes all of our colors. Probably will. Look at that. Wow. The gray is really annoying and hard to read, so I'm gonna make this light gray instead. ASDF, ASDF. That's better. I don't mind this. I think it has drop shadow still, right? Yeah, it's got some black in the background. Make it stand out a bit more. I think you can see that on stream. Right, if I do this. Hard to tell because it covers my whole screen, so I can't actually see Streamlabs when I press that button. Hello. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We done broke something. What'd we break? What? Oh, the server crashed. God damn it. And this audio thing. Every time I close the program, it complains there's some like audio nonsense. Recompile this thing. Uh-oh. What happened? What the? Oh, I deleted endif because it wasn't on my screen. Okay, well that's no good. Don't do that, kids. Bunch of stuff in here. Download audio stream. What do we want to do? Let's do this. Let's do Alt-Shift-P1, enter. Launch this guy. Type some stuff. Type some stuff. Type a message. What? It works. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like non-reproducible errors. Username. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Foo. Blah blah. Foo foo foo. Blah. Hi. Hi. Hello. You have a stupid name. It's not very nice. Yeah, but it's true. Who calls themselves ASDF, ASDF, ASDF? Honestly. Well, this game sucks. I'm gonna go play D2R. Smell you later. That was rude. What a jerk. How to entertain yourself while programming. Implement networking, open 2 clients, talk to yourself, don't actually get any real work done. I think it was fine. We fixed some stuff. We add a message of the day and debug messages and a wonderful, beautiful macro to save us a couple of characters of typing. Super important stuff. What else did we do? Message of the day. Yeah, we got message of the day working. That's actually good because the reason that's important isn't because of message of the day. The reason this is important is because it's also where we're going to send the world data over for the client to know what to draw, or at least how to generate it. And maybe we do just send the seed to start, even though that's like super cheaty or whatever. It might make sense to do that on localhost, so maybe there is a logical reason, right? If you're your own server and you're connecting to yourself, it's kind of pointless to reconstruct the world if you could just get the seed. But I don't know, not really. It gives consistency to the code. If you stream stuff the same way everywhere, you don't really want to be like, if localhost, do this thing, otherwise. Because then I feel like there's probably some way that someone could trick the server into sending them the seed, like it'll think they're on localhost. That could be bad. But essentially, wherever we're sending this welcome thing, right? Welcome. So welcome has message of the day. For now, we could also send back something else. What would the something else be? So if we look at world CPP or world H, we have this map, right? Tile map. Tile map has a width, a height, tile width, a tile height, an RRT, and some tiles. And this tile pointer thing should probably instead be tile IDs instead of tile pointers. But I guess we already have that. Yeah, why are these pointers? Not sure. I guess because we do actually have like a bunch of tiles. Yeah, so we kind of want to send... We want to send tile type. I don't know what the point of this position is. Why do we have this? Like, what is this used for? Is it used? No? Yes? Okay, it is used. What is it used for? I feel like tile position is implicit. Tile position equals tile position. Draw all the tiles. I guess we're like caching it to not do modulus in a tight loop or something. It seems like it's really stupid waste of space. I feel like you could probably do like a left shift or something instead of modulus if you really cared, because they're all currently powers of 2. Draw tile position, mouse tile position, whatever this is doing, mouse tile position. Yeah, this seems dumb to store. But I guess I don't care. I mean, sure, whatever. Like, to do... We really need to store this. Could make map much smaller by packing tile types. Would still need, maybe, I don't know, we need like entity data or something, but that could be a whole separate structure. But we just need an array of tile types, and tile types are integers from 0 to 5 or whatever, right? 0 to 5, 5, 6, so that's what, 2, 3 bits? So we can send the tiles in 3 bits. But we need to send a lot of them, so probably smart thing to do would be compress them somehow. I don't really want to do right now. We could also just send them in chunks. We would want 2D chunks though, not really 1D chunks. We again for it to be logical. But for now, I think I'm just gonna send the data 1D chunks, or let enet do that and see what happens. So the server is basically just going to send tile type tiles, size t, tile counts. We could say tiles length. I don't know, tile count versus tile. I guess we could say tiles length, right? Seems fine. This shouldn't probably also be part of welcome, so I'm gonna say like to do this world data probably shouldn't be in welcome packet. I'd say message, I guess. It's technically a net message. But it is for now. How big's the lobby? And then we gotta look at all this, like whatever, wherever we serialize this and deserialize this, welcome, right? Like we need to say model length equals I don't know why I put length after, like this should probably be like this would make more sense. Yeah, this is gonna be like tiles length equals reader 6. How big is this? How many tiles do we want? I need to know how big the lobby is. Where's the lobby? Is it in world? Where's generate lobby? Or it's in tile map, right? Right in here somewhere, generate lobby. Height, width and height, 84 by 64. What is 84 times 64? 5,300. How big is the actual world? Like, what is, how many is this? 1 million? That's like too many to fit. We have like 1,500 divided by 3 minus overhead is 500 tiles. Yeah, we can really realistically only send like 100 tiles. But yeah, I don't know. Again, maybe enet will fragment this for us and reconstruct it. So 4096. Let's start small for debugging this. Let's say 8 by 8. I need scientific. What is 2 to the 5? Okay, 2 to the 6. So we'll just leave it in 6. 6 bits, right? Define modded max tile, max tiles 64, right? 8 by 8. We'll just say modded max tiles. Is this. This is a stupid name for this. Obviously, you would never send your world data as part of your message of the day. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe you would send the count and then send the packets and like check if you got them all. But whatever. Okay, tiles length. We're gonna say this. We're gonna align 6. We're also aligning all these numbers, so it's a bit pointless. to only store them in 6 bits when you immediately align and write zeros, right? Pretty sure this is just going to write a bunch of zeros. Or maybe not. No, I guess maybe not. This is going to be tiles equals, right? Maybe? That's the issue here. Tiles, tile type, const char. I don't know, maybe just do this. Could be a good idea, could be a bad idea. What do I know? Reader, serialize. Oh no, we want to read 8. We want to read 3, right? Where's the writer for this? On length 6. This is not really set up to do what I want it to do. I want to write an array of tile types as 3-bit sequences. And really, I don't even want to do that. I probably want to like do run length encoding or something, or have someone else do that for me. I don't know, but what is the best way to get this to work right now? Like, this is going to be tiles length. I guess we just read 3. But the problem is we can't just read this buffer into the pointer. Right? Like, read 8. Because we're writing 8 here, but I want to read 3. So could I say read 3? Read 3. Uint32T. Tile type. Right, instead of doing this. I feel like I need to allocate something here. I'm not doing in the other cases, I'm just pointing into it. And all the other deserializers, I'm using the raw packet data to just be a pointer to the string so that I don't have to copy anything, like it's 0 copy. But I can't do that if I compress this, so maybe I don't compress this. So how many bytes do I have then? If I have like 1200 divided by 8, 150? That's enough for 64, but it's gonna take a long time to transfer all that data. I don't know how bad it is to fragment this, but so let's just keep it how it was. Let's just say read 8, and we'll write 8, and we'll just set this to be an array of tile types, tiles length. We'll assert that it's less than 64. And then in serialize welcome, we'll do all this stuff basically. Right, and we'll set modded to be tiles length, modded tiles, modded max tiles, tiles length, write tiles. What's the dealio here? This has to be cast to something, I guess. Uint32T, which hopefully is valid. It should be. It's small value. I mean, I could make this something else. Whatever, let's do that for now. It's kind of stupid and wasteful, but we're gonna do that for now. So align, write all the tiles, write tiles 6, 8, deserialize, welcome tiles, read 6, get the tile count, put all the tiles back in the array. Let's just try it. See what happens. In net server, wherever that went. I have too many files open again. We need to say tiles equals let's just do this. Let's say static tile type 64. Welcome map. If welcome map equals tile type what's 0? Grass? I don't know, I don't want there to be grass. Can I just say tile type count? This is going to be welcome map, and then this tile's length is going to be size of welcome map, right? Which is actually array size welcome map. Should be 64 or something. For int I equals 0, I is less than array size. Welcome map. Let's just set it to welcome map I equals I mod tile type count, right? And we'll just cast this to an integer. And then we'll cast this to a tile type. Okay, then we'll just see what's in it. And then try to pass it, see what happens. What's the issue? Semicolon, where's there missing semicolon? Tile type? Oh, it doesn't know, this doesn't know what tile type is. Maybe we should just make this UN32T for now. Tiles. Right, tiles I. Where's the other one? Tiles equals buffer pointers const char UN32T. Maybe that's valid, who knows. And then tile type is complaining that this is whatever, not the right thing. I guess in here we could just say UN32T. And this can be UN32T. Thanks for the follow, Sown NZ. How are you this evening? Equals cast this and can you do you can do on-site modulus, right? This is kind of a weird use case we got going on here. I don't know what is this box? Is it just where my cursor is, or did I make a bookmark somehow? Can I make a bookmark? What is this? Why is there a weird thing here? How do I get rid of it? Toggle a bookmark. No, it's not a bookmark. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Maybe it's just a pointer to where the error is. I've never seen that before. Oh, well, you know, helps if the server's running. I'm also debugging the server, so I guess I need to attach to this. That would be helpful also. Attach to this. Log in. Okay, let's look at welcome map. Great, welcome map is exactly what I expect. It's 64 numbers of 0 through 4 cycling. That was what the point of this was. Tiles length should be 64, which it is. Great. What's happening? That was weird. Visual Studio just like froze. We're gonna send the welcome basket. Got the welcome basket. Actually, we didn't get the welcome basket. We timed out because I took too long. Hello, test. Okay, let's kill this. Now we got to work on the client. So let's run the server, which we're already running, and then debug the client. So net client. Welcome basket. Let's open net client and see what this is doing. Right, so we have like push message connected auth. In here, maybe we want to say welcome push chat message. Then we want to say welcome message tiles. Say like if there are tiles, then maybe we make a new map or something. This could be a thing we do. Seems like a bad idea. Do I have G? G game, G world, G something. Do I have a global variable? I need a global variable. I heard that global variables made your code better, so I'm gonna try to make more of them more often. I forgot who said that. It might have been me just now, but someone definitely said it. Okay, I don't know how to set the tiles in here. So I'm trying to send a list of tiles, which is a totally nonsensical list of tiles that I just made up on the server side as part of the welcome message, so that when you connect to the server, you get back a list of tiles, and then you can use the list of tiles to build a world and render the world from the server instead of generating your own world. It is probably a terrible idea, but hey, so we have the list of tiles. I don't know what we do with them, because I don't have access to the world right here. So are we returning the message anywhere or not? Yeah, it's like net client doesn't have the game. Doesn't have access to the game. So we could just have a net client map. Again, it seems like a kind of a stupid place, but let's just go with it for now. Right? We could just have a world. Or not world. What do we want? A world has a tile map. Tile map has all of this stuff. Array of tile data, width of map. I guess tile map's a weird name for this because it kind of implies something else. And it has an RRT, which is not really compatible. But we're just gonna leave it blank and see what happens. Okay, so let's get a tile map going. Right, so world, if we look at game client, somewhere here there's a lobby. I guess a lobby is a whole world. What else does world have? It has a player, it has a seed, it has slimes. Yeah, I guess technically we do want to send the whole world at some point. Okay, let's sync a world in a really dumb way. So let's just say world, right? We can call it server world if we want, to be clear. And we're gonna have to include the whole world. Yeah, does this have a constructor? No. We also need the world to point to the current player, so we could have two separate players. Is weird as well, but somewhere in here, net message. Where did it go? Where did the thing go? This thing. If tiles length. Server world. Map. Tiles. What is this? This is an array of tiles. Oh boy. How do we generate this? Does tile map have a constructor? Does not. Well, we have like generate lobby and stuff, right? Where does this allocate? Just allocates on the heap. So let's make a dumb thing. Tile generate server tiles. uint32t server tile. What do we want to pass to this? Tiles length and tiles length. Okay, this is really dumb, but you know, tile map. Generate tiles. Just call it generate tiles, I guess, for now. Generate tiles. Width, height, we don't have a width and height. That's kind of a problem, huh? 8. Tile width, tile height. To do get this from server packet also. We're gonna allocate a thing. Gonna do whatever this is doing. This is generating an island. We don't want to generate an island. We want to say position equals this. Tile equals tile map at CX, CY, island radius. Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. We just want to say that tile type equals tiles. What is this? Tiles I, which is going to be tiles y. No, tiles x times map width plus y, right? Which is UN32, and we're gonna make this be a tile type. Yeah. Assert tiles length equals map width times map height. Lots of really stupid stuff going on here, but you know, this is how we start making things. So map is gonna equal tile map generate tiles, which is going to be this, and it's going to take the pointer to the map, and it's going to pass welcome message tiles and welcome message tiles length. And this doesn't return anything, right? So yeah. And then somewhere we want to say server world, right? So what else do we need to put in server world? We need a player. We don't really need RTT stuff. We need a map, we need a player, we need slime. Slimes can be empty, but we definitely need a player. We should make a player called whatever the player's name is, maybe? How do we make a player in here? Player. Also, we need to figure out what world spawn is. Let's put this in world. World. Get world spawn. Vector 3 world spawn equals this. Map. Map. I typed space instead of spawn. Whoops. This is going to be world : return world spawn, which I also spelled wrong here. There's also a space here for some reason. Float map width. What's the problem here? Is it not called map? It is called map. I guess the problem is just that this isn't defined, I guess. Why are there so many new lines at the end of this file? World spawn. Oh, we need curly braces here, right? Not whatever I typed. We do need a semicolon here. Get world spawn. Okay, so in here, wherever that's missing now, this is gonna be world. Get world spawn. And sure. We'll use that for now. And then we're just gonna copy this into here. And we're gonna say player. Like this is gonna break all sorts of stuff. Does Charlie get used somewhere else? In here? Oh, we're not gonna have access to Charlie's sprite def. Also, this. I feel like all these should be replaced with other stuff. Oh boy. Okay, let's do this. Oh no, then he's gonna freaking deconstruct, right? Because it, yeah. Okay, but I don't want to reference Charlie. We could put him on the heap. We should probably put him on the heap. Honestly. This would be a reference or something. Did you get a reference from this? Maybe like that. I feel like no matter what I do here, it's not great. I can either make a pointer, but then I can't free him because he's not in scope anymore. But I want to replace all the instances of Charlie with this. So that I can replace the world player or even the world with something else, and then it'll just work. What is this? Takes a reference. Charlie center, Charlie sprite, as it should be this. Body position is like a really dumb thing that we should not do like that anymore. Charlie center, that's fine. And we're gonna replace all of these with this nonsense for now. Don't use this, use world player. Need to make this on the heap. So, but also deconstructible. Along with all of the other resources randomly on the stack in this function. Okay, but the problem is we don't have this, but we can get this by finding it like this. So if we just do this, and we can find the sprite. Oh crap, we don't have the sprite sheet either. Damn it. How do we get the sprite sheet? Oh, well, we can do this as well. Right? Maybe? Oh, well, now we don't have sprite sheet catalog. Ah! Where's the sprite sheet catalog? That's also in here. Why? So stupidly not strategic. Okay, we're gonna do dumb stuff. Equals this. Let's go make some globals. The sprite sheet catalog, and again, this like doesn't make any sense for this to go in here anyways, but for now we're just gonna say G sprite sheet catalog and just assert that there's actually something in it. Move all this stupidity to somewhere less stupid. Yeah, all this code is just like placeholder. We're just trying to check if an array of integers got here and then show something on the screen. It's super dumb in like so many ways. Okay, but We don't have world. So what is world? This is server world. Right? And this is dot. And this is dot. And this is server world. And Charlie is going to be called someone else. He's going to be called, let's see, we have Sam, we have Charlie. Who else? Who else should we have? What's the server man called? How about Sown NZ? Because Sown NZ is the last person who spoke in chat. Great. We have Sown NZ. Now the problem with this is this guy is immediately going to go out of scope. Can you do this? Is this even valid? Seems like a terrible idea. But we already have a lot of terrible ideas, so why not have more terrible ideas, right? World spawn. What's the issue here? World spawn is undefined. Oh, because it's world get world spawn now. Thanks for the follow, Ty Crate 1. How are you this evening? Let's see. What do we want to debug? I want to debug the client side. I feel like the server side's pretty likely to work. This stuff though, who even knows what's going to go on here? So let's debug that. Let's log in as someone. Wait, did we not? We didn't hit it. Is tiles length 0? What? That's interesting. We got message of the day, right? So tiles length is 0. Is there any tiles? There are tiles, so welcome message tiles. Ooh, what is this? Hold on. Do I need to dereference this? Like this, maybe? I feel like this is just garbage or something. Like what? What is this? Maybe it didn't deserialize properly. Let's look at net message CPP. Net message welcome. Yeah, let's look at this and then also welcome serialize this and see what we've did wrong, because we obviously did something wrong. Retry. What happened? What did we do wrong? I guess I should attach the debugger before I click retry. Maybe that's the point of that pop-up. Okay, let's run this. Tiles length equals 0. Wait, why are we... Hold on, we didn't hit serialize yet. How is that possible? Oh, because we're not debugging the server. Okay, like we got a 28 character long message, and then we got tiles length 0. Is this right? Welcome. I guess we should debug the server instead. Attach 1. Yeah, let's do this. Serialize. Tiles length 64. We're gonna write 64 into 6 bits and then align it because reasons and stuff. And then tiles 64 should be a bunch of numbers. Oh wait, we're saying 8s. This can't be 8s, right? These are integers. Right? I think I made these UN32T. We could make these this instead. And write those as 8, like that would work fine. Tiles length. This is also size T. I don't know why. Wait, can I do this? Or is this gonna break? I don't know why I was casting that. Why am I casting any of these? Is this a warning? Yeah, okay, because we're downcasting. Welcome, deserialize. We're gonna read a bunch of 8. Yeah, this is why the values were all messed up, I think, right? So this is gonna be uint8t. But I don't know why the length was messed up. For some reason the length was messed up. That seems not great. Like, do we need to flush somewhere? Welcome, flush. I don't think we need to flush in the middle. Maybe we do? I'm not sure. I don't actually remember what flush does, because I wrote this a long time ago based on someone else's code. Let's try this. Let's kill this guy, recompile. Also, we gotta fix all the type errors now. Welcome message tiles. Yeah, let's make this be 8s. Right, and we can cast that to tile type. That should still work fine. What's the issue here? Tiles length, size T, cannot convert uint8 to 32. Oh, that's because the declaration of this needs to be uint8 right here. Is this made with a game engine, or is this all just through code? Both. It's a game engine I made, so yeah, through code. I mean, I am using Raylib, which is a like graphics library. I wouldn't really call it a game engine, but it does have some high-level stuff that are like nice helper methods. If you look at let's see, where is it? Game client. Everything that's like capital case is Raylib. So like creating the window is Raylib. Load texture from image. This is like a magic Raylib thing that just works. You just pass an image to it and it generates a texture. To get the image, we just say load, I don't know, somewhere it's in here, like this, you know, load music stream. Like I didn't write the load music stream function. This is a Raylib function. I have the source code to it, and I did edit Raylib a little bit, but all these things are stuff Raylib does. Like drawing rectangles or whatever. Draw rectangle. You know, like for the chat box or whatever, like these two things. I didn't write the draw rectangles. I just called draw rectangle with some rects, and it draws white and black rectangles for me. But yeah, it's still pretty low level. Okay, let's go back to wherever we were. I think we still have a breakpoint, so I don't know, maybe fine. Compile this. There's still a problem. Int 8. Something needs a 32. We're giving it 8. Tiles 8 equals welcome map. Yeah, let's just replace this with uint 8t like that. That should be all the warnings. If we run the server and we run the client and we type random stuff and we log in, hopefully we get length. We still didn't get a length. Why not? Man, that's annoying. What is this? Number of bits read 246. Why aren't we getting a length? Oh, okay. It's looking sick. Thanks, man or woman or human. Appreciate the compliment. I don't know why tiles length is 0. At all. I don't know what's going on there. I also don't know what this is pointing to. Does reader tell me anything useful? Like how many bits there are left in the stream? Bit stream. Buffer bits, 760. There's plenty left. Why am I getting length 0? Did I not... Do I have to align something that I'm not aligning in the right place? Read 9, read 6, align. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Blah, 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 blah. Run this. 0, 0. I guess I should just look at the buffer and try to guess based on whatever is in it, which is called what? Reader something. I don't know. Reader bit stream. What is the bit stream called? I guess reader is a bit stream or has a bit stream. I don't know. What is it called? Why doesn't it have a name? Oh, it inherits from it. Okay. It has buffer. So reader buffer is what? Welcome to the Lonely Island. And this is gonna be like 7, I don't know, 2, let's say 250. Welcome to the Lonely Island. And then there's a 0. And then there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. Is it what? Like I wrote something incorrectly, but I don't know what. What does flush do? Word index plus plus, scratch 32, scratch bits. Like maybe I'm not supposed to be flushing in the middle. Username length. Password length, line. Like chat message doesn't flush in the middle. But for some reason, identified does flush in the middle. Like maybe I'm not supposed to be flushing here. It's all just so very confusing. Maybe I should. I don't know. Let's try this. Try this. See what it looks like. Blah blah blah. This. Okay, something broke. Oh, the server broke. God damn it. I don't know what's causing that either. That's kind of weird. Whatever. Let's try this. Type some stuff, hit enter. Something about replacing the executable, even though it's a copy, the executable breaks, like causes it to assert. I don't know. But if we look at this thing, island 0 0 1 2 3 4 0 1 2 3 4. I feel like it didn't write anything. Why? What is going on here? 1, enter, run this, type stuff, Wait, what? What? Why can't I debug this? Oh, is it? Wait. Something is confused. Just press this. And it's not me this time. Something else is confused. The computer is confused. Tile's length is 64. Writer. So like, what is this? What is char writer buffer 250? Right. This is what we want to know. What is the length of the buffer currently? Writer buffer bits. I don't know what it's called. Maybe it's because I spelled it wrong. 8192. Okay, I guess it pre-allocated a bunch of stuff or something. Is this the wrong? What am I looking at here? Writer, why is it 180? Num bits written. Word index is 7. Scratch bits is 16. Can't quite say that I understand what the issue is here. Only wait, what? Oh, there's still stuff in the buffer. Okay, we definitely do need to flush then. We can't write like that. Does flush a line or does a line flush? Line, neither of them call each other a line. I don't think we need to align, do we? Maybe we do. Okay, kill this, recompile with flush. Maybe that means we need flush here too, and maybe that means chat message is supposed to have flush in it. It's all very confusing. All very confusing. What? Expected alignment padding corruption detected. Bit streamline 40. What? What the heck, man? This is a dumb way to write packet data. Don't do this. Really dumb. It's not fun to debug. I don't know why this isn't working at all. And it's like bit packed into nonsensical things that are impossible to figure out what's going on. Attach one, blah blah blah. What seems to be the issue? Right. Assert buffer, assert bits. Masked word bits is 6 and word 64. Masked word is 0. Bits 6. Word 64. Are we just like shifting in the wrong direction or something stupid here? I don't think so. Word 64. Masked word is 0. Why is masked word 0? 6. We're shifting by 6 and subtracting 1 and then ending that with word. Why is that 0? Doesn't make sense. 64 and 6. Right, we're saying this is 6. This is 64. Oh, I need one more bit, don't I? It's 0 to 63, and I'm saying there's 64. Shoot, I need 7. Right, I need 7 bits. 64 in binary is like this, and I'm masking off this part. Right, the bottom 6 bits. Off by 1 error. That's why it's 0. Okay, great. Nothing's broken. I still don't know what the deal with all these flush things is, and if I'm supposed to flush or not flush. That's a bit confusing. I guess if it works without flushing, I probably should not flush in the middle. Right, so let's try without and see what happens. But this needs to be 7. Somewhat annoyingly. Should also probably just make it 8 and stop trying to save 1 bit of data. But hey. I guess it's not 1 bit of data, it's because there would be 32 bits. We're saving lots of bits of data, but it's still a dumb idea. Let's kill this. Let's kill this. Let's recompile our code. Let's run the server. The server broke already. Why? What? Tiles length equals width times height. Oh, I'm getting it from myself. Oh. That's a thing I forgot about as well. Oh god. Oh god, there's a CLI client. I forgot. The CLI client's now requesting the world data. I guess I do actually want it in the CLI client so that I can interact with the world, maybe, but yeah, that's pretty dumb. What's the problem here though? Tiles length is 64. Width is 0, height is 0. Oh. Oh. Okay. Do I need to say something in here? Like width equals 8, height equals 8. And then maybe stop doing well, I could have just put it right here and that would have fixed that problem. I don't need to do this. Okay. Let's God damn it, it's still breaking. Why? Where's main server? Run this, see why it breaks. Let's check tiles length. Tiles length is 64. And this side, what is it on the receiving side? I don't know, it doesn't seem like it got there. What the hell? Oh, I guess it timed out because I hit the breakpoint for too long. That's not good. Not good. I'm like, why didn't it hit this line of code last time? It's because I hit the first breakpoint and I waited more than 3 seconds, which caused the connection to time out to the server, and then it never got this message back. So it's really bad while you're debugging to have the timeout. See, now I timed out again because I waited too long on the breakpoint. It's like I need to increase the timeout in debug mode to something super long. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, wait, what is this? Welcome, deserialize. 64. Okay, that's good. If tiles length 64. Now what? What else is breaking? Assert G catalog. Oh no, that's oh no. Okay, so oh boy. Don't make global variables. So the problem here, there's a lot of problems here, right? So when you start the server has this thing like Terraria has. If you've ever played Terraria and you start the text-based server, I think Terraria does, or I don't know, Minecraft has a text-based one, where I can actually type commands in here. Like this is running the server, but also it has a UI where I can type commands, right? There's like not a help command. I don't know, I forgot what the commands are. Maybe exit. I think if I say shut down, it'll say like, did you mean exit? And there's some, yeah, there's only like 2 commands. But this thing, right? This is a client. This is a game client. But it's a game client that doesn't have a GUI. Like it doesn't actually open a window and like render stuff. So I'm not loading any of the visual resources. I don't load any of the audio files. I don't load any of the sprite sheets or, you know, images. I don't load the minimap, etc. But the problem is now this client is trying to retrieve map data from the server because I'm just sending it to all clients, and this net client is generically used by all clients. And then I'm trying to make like a player sprite because I wanted to do that, which is why I said move this somewhere less stupid. I wanted to do that in for testing, but I meant to do it in the visual client, not in the CLI client. I don't really have any great way of telling those apart. I guess I could set a flag on the client thing that says like what type it is, if it's a graphical client or a CLI client. But really the better thing to do is just move all this to somewhere less stupid like the comment says. But for now, I could do something incredibly ridiculously stupid and say if there's a global sprite sheet catalog then make a player. But yeah, there's so many problems with this. I don't even think it's legal to make a player without providing a sprite sheet. Like I think, yeah, the player constructor forces you to pass a sprite sheet. So that's kind of stupid, honestly. Like maybe I should change that. Maybe I should just force the player to have a name and not require a sprite sheet, because I don't really like that requirement anymore. So maybe we instead say void set sprite sheet or something, right? And then under the constructor we can say this, and then say sprite def. Also this needs to say player : sprite def equals sprite def, and then delete this one and delete this one. And the problem with that is now there's lots more places where this could be null, which actually isn't really a problem, but we do have to think about that, I guess. So where else is it used in this file? Yeah, so like all this stuff, update, sprite sheet equals 5, action body, sprite sheet, sprite def. It might just be this stuff. So in here we could just say if sprite def, then do the animation, and if there's no sprite then we don't need to animate anything, obviously. We still want to update. Sprite update probably needs to check now if sprite def, which it already does actually, cool. So if there's no sprite def it just returns. Yeah, this is like to do move animation logic to somewhere smarter. I'm not really sure. Maybe it belongs here. It's fine. It's fine for now. So now we can make players without sprites. So we can go back to wherever we were in net client, and we can say if this, then make. Let's see, what do we want to do? Yeah, so we'll put this on the outside, right? And we'll get rid of this. And then down here, we will say player set sprite sheet. And we don't need this stuff because it's redundant. Right, so we're always gonna make a player now, but only if it's a visual client, which this is the worst check ever, right? Like to do way better way to check if visual client versus CLI client than global sprite sheet. Then checking global sprite sheet. I don't know, it's not the worst way in the world, but it's pretty stupid. Pretty stupid. No. Oh yeah, the place where we actually make our regular character now needs to do this. Charlie set sprite sheet. This thing, which we could do first or second or whatever. I don't know. We'll just do it like this. Great. Start a server. Start the client. It already broke. Why did it break? Trace log, net server open socket. Failed to create host. What? That's what? Oh, server true. Whoops. Okay, yeah, this is a really crappy thing I got going on here too, where when I want to debug the server, sometimes I just set server true and run it, but then the client becomes a server also, and then there's two servers, and then it doesn't work. If you're wondering what server bat does, it just calls the executable with -S4040, which is the port number. So this is a different way to put it in server mode. But I don't have like a thing set up in Visual Studio. I don't have a configuration called like debug client debug server. I could do that. It's just already annoying to have debug and release to manage two configurations. I don't really want to add more configurations in Visual Studio because it's just harder than it needs to be. And then you like accidentally if anyone's used Visual Studio, you update the settings for this one and forget to update this one, and then you're trying to debug all this stuff that's like, oh, it works in release but not debug. It's like because you forgot when you were in here, you forgot to change this to all configurations, right? You were in like debug and you were editing stuff, and then it didn't get applied to release or vice versa. So the correct way would be to add like debug client, debug server, a correct way. But it's just annoying. I could also add a thing where like I just ask, but then I have to do it every time, right? I could just be like scanf server yes no, and like if you type yes it's the server, and if you type no it's the client. But anyways, for now we got this dumb boolean thing that sometimes works, sometimes just confuses you. So we got server bat, great. Let's just run the client from here with server false. So we're not being stupid. Join the game. Okay, so what happened? Not actually sure what happened in that case. I guess, oh, server world. Okay, so there's another thing somewhere in here in game client where we're gonna have to say, we're gonna have to ruin the whole world. Literally ruin the whole world. Yeah. Let's see, where's the first place world is used in the main loop? World is used down here, world sim. So we can actually do it. Where'd it go? Net receive. We could do it right here. So basically, if net client server world, what do we want to check about this? Player. So if world player not equal to server world player. We join the server. We need to inherit the server's world. To do. Fix this very bad idea. Yes, that is a recurring theme. We're going to say world. Oh wait, what is world? Hold on, is this a pointer? It is a pointer. Okay, so we can just say world equals net client server world. And then magical things will happen and we'll just spontaneously appear in the server world and probably everything will explode. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because this is gonna be a wild ride. Okay, we have a server running. Are you scared yet? I'm scared. We're gonna connect. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh, it's 0. Yep, already a bug. Okay, if world player not equal to... Yeah, so first, if there is a server world, and the current world is not the server world, set the current world to the server world. Yeah, checking if it's null is kind of important, huh? Alright, let's run this. Type some stuff, and we hit the crazy kaboom thing. Oh boy. Oh boy, everything's gone. What have we done? You know, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. But it's still pretty bad. What's happening? Can I type stuff? So chat's working. We're just not rendering anything. We might be rendering. Oh. Hey, look at that. We're not rendering because chat's open. Hey, it worked. Uh-oh. Hey, it almost worked. Oh boy. That would happen. New tile. New tile equals tile map at world map. Try position X. Position Y. Map. Oh, are we passing? I bet we're passing the wrong map, right? That's easy to fix. Right? Is that what we're doing? Now, DT, input, worlds. Actually. Yeah, this is interesting. Why did this fail? New tile equals null. Oh, because we don't normally have colliding tiles. We don't have walkable tiles at the edge of the world. That's weird though. This seems like it should work fine. If not, new tile is walkable. Shouldn't this return like empty tile or something? If this returns 0. Current walkable, current tile is walkable. Equals world map try. New tile equals... Wait, is this also null? New position X. If current walkable... This is weird. How has this never shown up before? Oh shoot, I lost the world. It's not something everyone gets to say casually. Welcome, GCNX86. How are you doing? That is true. Not everyone is so lucky as me as to get to have the entire world disappear. I really need to fix the thing where like the game doesn't render while chat's open. It's not even a fix. It's just I for some reason decided that's how it works. Like it's very easy to change. I was kind of emulating it like in single player mode. If you open the menu, you would like want the game to pause usually. That's why I was doing that. But when you're connected to a server, you don't want that to happen. But even in single player, it's weird. It's really weird for the game to pause while the chat's open. Like, because chat's not really a menu, right? It's just really weird. I think the problem was input handling is confusing. Like, if the game is running while chat's open and you try to type the letter D, you're gonna type the letter D in chat, but you're also gonna walk to the right. So maybe, I think it was like a bad workaround to fix that. But obviously the correct way is just check if chat's open and like don't handle the input if it's captured by chat. Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit wonky. I might replace the chat window with I am GUI window like the login screen is as well, right? Like, I don't know if you all are familiar with I am GUI, but when I type this thing, this window is a I am GUI window. It's actually like nice and kind of works. It's like well formatted, etc. Whereas this chat window is just a thing I'm rendering in Ray GUI or whatever. The text box works fairly well. Like, I used STB text edit to implement all the things you'd expect, like selecting text and moving the cursor, etc. But it doesn't. It's kind of hard to track if you're sending input to the chat or to here, which I guess is like a matter of it being focused, sort of, because you can focus it and then you can unfocus it, but I still can't move. I'm like pressing ASDW right now and I'm not moving my character because chat's open, but if I close chat I can move. But yeah, I think in here I just need to say like, if not new tile is unwalkable, new position X. Like, I could just say this, right? I could just say if not new tile and new tile is walkable. It's probably what I want to put here. Like, I need to check if it's null before I check if it's walkable. Is the problem. This is kind of a weird thing I'm doing. It's this paragraph sort of explains it. I'm trying to make the player be able to slide along walls nicely. But yeah, okay, so let's type some stuff. Okay, it's still, something's still broken here. Oh, this is null. Wait, how can my current positions tile be null? How did I end up off the map? I feel like something's messed up with collision detection in this small world. I don't know why. I don't know why that would be the case. 8 by 8. It is 8 by 8, right? 64. Tile is 32. Like, the tile width and height should be the same. I feel like my world is like missing some sort of metadata or something. I don't know. Tile map at world try map. Where did map come from? Oh, this is the world class. Like, world, if we look at world, actually look at this. Oh, wait. Oh, we have seed and stuff. That's a bit, oh boy. We actually need to generate a new world. Not just a new tile map. Right? Wasn't I doing? I thought I was doing that. Isn't that what this does? Right? World equals net server world. Why does my world have RRT and all that stuff? Hold on. What's going on here? Like, world should not have... Yeah, what? Oh, is there like a... Maybe there's a constructor that sets RRT and does stuff. Yeah, we set RRT to 16 right here, and then we set a random seed. Okay, that's fine then, I guess. I don't care. I don't care about that. But this is still weird. Maybe my spawn position is wrong. Like, Like I don't know what's going on with this thing. Actually, I can't set a breakpoint here. I need to do this, and then set a breakpoint here, and then do this, and then walk. And current tile is valid. Actually, why don't we just do this? If per tile assert 1, set a breakpoint. Hopefully it doesn't get optimized out. Do this, exit chat. So I can walk around, everything's working fine, right? Problem is when I hit the edge, it breaks a lot. And of course this got optimized out. Thanks. Can I do this maybe and get it not to be optimized out? Also current walkable equals cur tile and cur tile. I just don't know why this is empty, because I shouldn't be. I don't know. I swear I tested this a long time ago. Oh wait, what the hell? What? We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen, because I don't know. Don't know what the problem is there. That was weird. Okay. Okay, so we hit this. Wait, what? I feel like I'm colliding with the old map or something, right? Like the mini map still shows a circle. Like something super weird is going on here. Where's the collision? Player move. I think collision is working incorrectly. Maybe that's like not inside of update, which would be kind of stupid, right? But collide, collision, world map. Okay, I don't know, somewhere. It's in this file somewhere, I feel like. Whoops, this is the wrong file. That's why it's not in here. It's in game client. Check collision rex. Oh, wait a second. Am I using... Yeah, how are we doing collision? I feel like we're doing collision wrong somewhere. This is draw. Where's the collision thing? It must exist somewhere, right? It should be in world. Plus equals X. I mean, it should be this stuff, but giving us empty, empty state, empty tiles, which is fine because there aren't any tiles there. But yeah, that's. I thought this like tile world map thing was supposed to return the empty tile. Like, didn't I make an empty tile somewhere? Like in here? Where was that? Where was that empty thing? There's an empty thing somewhere. What was it? I forgot. Empty, 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 empty. Oh, that was item catalog, right? Yeah, I think it was empty item in the item catalog is what I'm thinking of. That's not relevant. Right, there's this is what I was thinking of. I mean, we could do the equivalent of that for tiles and then return the empty tile when you're at an invalid position, but I don't know. I don't know why this was working before and isn't working now. Like, we changed the map, so I'm suspicious of the fact we changed the map, but it could be that it was always broken. I guess, how do we test that? We could just not connect to a server. Oh no, because we have water. Okay, we could change the lobby to not have water, right? Let's change this to concrete. Right, now we can walk over here and go to the edge of the map and see if it breaks. Which it does, right? Gosh, this is annoying. Okay, we just don't have collision with the edge of the world, I guess? How did I not realize that's a thing? That's so weird. So if cur walkable, so cur walkable is false, then which is what? Cur walkable equals current tile and current tile is walkable. But how did my position get to somewhere where I'm not on a walkable tile? Because it should have been prevented. So I need to find. Yeah, there's something really strange going on here. I need to get close to the edge of the map, I guess. And then like figure out, if not try only X offset, right? If I hit this. Like new tile is null, so it's obviously not walkable. New position equals current position. -428, so let's just put it in here. New position, current position, and delete all this stuff. So we were at X -0.16. Why is it already negative? Is it like something about DT? Why is my position already negative something, right? Like it shouldn't be able to go less than 0. Move offset, player move. What does this do? Is this like adding something weird? Update direction. We're just saying body position plus equals X and Y. There shouldn't be any weird, like, if player body position X less than 0, assert player. Walk over here. Okay, so we hit this thing. New position is -2. Current position is something. Okay, so this is fine, right? Our current position X, they're both positive numbers. But we're saying the new position is unwalkable. So now we're gonna say new position X plus equals X. So just try X. Get the new tile. This should also be null. Not new tile is not new tileable. What? This should be this. I think I wrote this backwards, right? If not new tile, not new tile, or not new tile is walkable. I don't know which one's less confusing. They are the same thing. So if not new tile and new tile is walkable. We get rid of the negative. If new tile is walkable, we just let it happen. It's not walkable. Yeah. Too many knots in here. I don't like it. So if new tile and new tile is walkable. Maybe I'll switch these around. Maybe I'll say not new tileable or not new tileable walkable, and then in here I'll say if not new tile or not new tile walkable, and then I'll just switch these things. Right, so I'm just gonna take this out of here, move this down here, so that they're at least all the same if statement, so it hurts your brain a tiny bit less. And then this is walkable. If this isn't walkable, put this down here. Right, so basically, if you can't move forward. Wait, now what's going on here? Hold on. Okay, if the new position is invalid, try just moving along X. If X is also invalid, try just moving along Y. If Y is also invalid, then you can't move anywhere. If Y isn't invalid, go to just set X 0, set this 0. It's a bit confusing, could be made better, but let's just try this and see what happens. Let's run over here to the edge of the map and hit the map. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. Uh-oh. I keep doing this and I don't remember how to undo it. I need to figure out how to undo it. Free cam. Toggle free cam. Camera equals free cam. Why is this not working? Oh, I don't. Oh. I need toggle free cam to work in not free cam mode, I think is the problem. Right? Like this, toggle free cam. If I'm in free cam mode, I also need to say camera reset. Yeah, I need to be able to hit F when I'm in free cam mode to get back out of free cam mode. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to play the game, you know? Whoops. Okay, free cam, not free cam. Free cam, not free cam. Hit the wall. Uh-oh. I held down the left button and it somehow position got to less than X again. That's not good. Why? New position. Let's just go back up here and do this again. Current position, move offset. So new position is -0.6. New tile. Wait. How is there a tile at -0.6? What? Oh, these are integers. Uh-oh. That's not good. Why are they integers? Who made them integers? Oh boy. There's your problem. Why are you casting floats to integers? Oh no. We're truncating all the information we need about partial tiles. Idiot. Tile map at world try. Okay, let's just do this. What is up? Fill it. Pog. Yes, so many pog. So pog, much wow. What's the issue here? If exists. Tile X, tile Y. What's the problem? Function definition for tile. What? Is it because they're named differently? Tile X, tile Y. That's weird. At world try. Oh, it's because I changed the wrong one. That's why. These actually do need to be ints. These should be floats. Enet is decent so far. Haven't really had any issues. This needs to be a float. This needs to be a float. If x is greater than or equal to 0, less than or equal to this. Otherwise, try greater than or equal to this. I guess we can cast this to a float and keep this as a float, and then this can be integer division, maybe. I don't know if what the result of that is. I guess I'll cast in both integers. Probably not necessary, but just to clarify, tile X, tile Y. Sure. Sorry, might have missed something a minute ago. Have you got multiplayer working? I have multi-chat working. I'm trying to currently sync the world. So you can connect to the server, you can chat with other people on the server, but you're both playing in your own lobby. Like on your own tile map with your own entities, etc. So I just implemented a really stupid basic thing that creates a world in net client somewhere. There's like a static array. That's just a really dumb thing, right? Where is it? Process message. So right here, the welcome message sends message of the day. Or when the client receives a welcome message, it puts a message of the day message in the chat, and then it does this really hacky dumb thing, which is basically this. All of this is the stupid fix this stuff, which is we're sending some tiles from the server. So actually it's a net server CPP tiles equals basically there's just a static array of 64 tiles that are just like 0 1 2 3 4 5 0 1 2 3 4 5 repeating, right? So like modulus tile count. And we just send that back to the client. We just send 64 tiles back to the client. And then the clients does this other stupid thing where the net client has its own server world, which is like totally not where this should go probably, but that's where it is for now. And we're generating a tile map based on the tile data, so we just send back tile indices from the server to the client. We're generating a new tile map. We're creating a new player, which probably should be based on the person's username, right? So probably this should be username is what I was gonna type here, I just forgot. Let's see. This doesn't end with 0 though, is the problem. So yeah, that's kind of bad. Maybe. To do. Use username, ensure null terminated or add player name length field. It's not null terminated, so I can't do that right now, but yeah, we're reconstructing a world and then we're making a new player. We're adding the player to the server world, and then we're just gonna basically just switch between worlds, right? Like in the game client, when it detects that you've connected, we're just saying like, wherever it is, we're receiving network packets, and then we're saying like, hey, if the player is not equal to the server world player, just set the world equal to server world, right? It's just a pointer. Swap the pointer over to the server world instead of the lobby world. And then just start playing there instead, right? So you'll have like 2 worlds. I don't know if there'll be 2 worlds in the end, but that's what there is right now. You have a lobby world, which is like before you connect to the server, there's just an island that you're standing on by yourself, and then you connect to the server world, we swap the pointer, and then magically you're inside of server world. And then, yeah, so we're trying to get that to work. Currently collision is broken, which I noticed as a result of this, and I think the reason was because I was truncating all my floats to integers for some weird reason. So I'm trying to fix that. I think we fixed that. Maybe. What else? Someone else is calling this with something stupid. Like whatever this is. I don't know why we're doing that. And there's probably one more right here. Maybe X. Maybe this. I don't know. At world X. Sure. I don't know if that cast is correct, but I guess it's the same as what we were doing before. Anyways, just in a different place. We go over to the edge of the world. We should stop when we hit the edge of the world. We kind of stop and then go again. That's kind of weird. Okay. Also, I just noticed my shadow is moving, which is really annoying. Gotta love them floating point errors. Okay, but it's not crashing. It was crashing when I walked off the edge of the map before. That's what I'm testing at the moment. Make sure it works on all the sides. Seems good over there. I am holding the run button. It's hard to tell because there's no like feet animation, you know? Okay, this side of the map also seems fine. And we fixed the fly cam thing to work correctly. All around super great. Okay. Now let's test connecting to the server. Once more. If we type some random stuff in chat, the login box appears. If we log in, we get popped on the server. We get put on this random tiny map that we just sent over from the server. And, oh, water is not walkable. That's why it was doing this before. I'm like, why am I like running into stuff? It's because I put water tiles on the map. And you can't walk on water tiles. That's hilarious. Cool, but it's working. Like, I got tile data from the server. I made a new world. I swapped a pointer, and like now I'm in the server world. I guess the next thing we want to do, maybe. So nothing's being simulated there, but we would probably want to like time out, right? So in game client, connected. Is there a connected? Let's see. Yeah, so we could use this thing, if not server or not connected. World. So we want to say if we'll just kind of nest the if statements for now. So if net server and we're connected to it, and we could make like a helper function for this. So if we're connected to the server and the world is not equal to the server world, you know, player not equal server player, these aren't pointers, that's why I'm not comparing them directly. Maybe is either of them a pointer? World. Actually, we could just say and world is not equal to server world. That would be less confusing, right? World's not equal to server world set. Yeah, I mean that's literally what we're doing right here, so it makes way more sense. And then we want to say else if we're disconnected. World equals lobby, which I think is a local world. And honestly, we don't really need the if statement. We could just like write the pointer over and over and over again. I don't really know if there's if it matters, like would it, I guess it can't optimize that out because it's a runtime thing. Like I do often wonder, does it matter if I just redundantly set the same variable over and over again versus checking if it's not already the thing and setting it? Like, I don't know. If world. Like, does this create lots and lots of extra memory writes for no reason that somehow like are bad, or is the computer smart enough to not do any extra work? So if server and this and this do this, else if do this. There. Let's reopen this for good measure. Run the game. Do the thing, type the thing, open the thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We done broke it. Broke something. World equals something bad. Oh, we're not checking if player. God damn it. I knew that was going to be a problem. That's why I did it the other way. Whoops. Where is it? Here. If, yeah, okay. So we need some way to like check if the server world map. Like none of these are pointers, so we don't have any way to like check if they're non-zero easily. What's the topmost level thing? It really is just player, right? Like check if player and world not equal to, else set it back to lobby. I don't know. Go with that, see what happens. I guess it can add up if done literally everywhere. Although branch predictions are pretty smart nowadays. Yeah, honestly, it's mostly just a waste of time thinking about, because it's like so much more complex. Oh god. Oh god, we done messed up. Oh yeah, we don't want to do this. World not equal to server world. Oh, yeah, okay. Gosh dang it. If server exists and the state is connected and the server world has a player, i.e. the world like exists. If the world is not this, then do this. Otherwise, set it back to the lobby. This is like such a simple if statement that's so easy to mess up. Okay, we do this, right? We're running into the water. Haha, that's fun. I can chat and send messages. Yay, cool, wow. If I kill the server, I can still sort of walk around here, but then I like go back to the lobby. Also, I didn't notice my name should change, right? To whatever the other thing was. Our friend in chat there. And it does, yeah. See, my name says Sown NZ now, right? I don't know if you can see that right here. I'm actually like logged in as a certain player. And then if I kill the server, because there's like no way to disconnect. Also, I killed the wrong window. Right, if I kill the server, I can sort of walk around for a bit. I can type in chat and it's like very unresponsive, and I'm like, it's weird. And then I go back here. And that the thing you just saw where the camera was like way up in the corner, like the camera was up here, I don't know if you noticed. That's because the game's not updating while chat's open, which honestly I should probably just change, right? So somewhere sim, if not camera free, sim. I don't know if I'm just not rendering it or what's I must have like an if chat. Yeah, if chat active. Where's the else statement for this giant thing? I don't actually know. Where does it end? So let's try commenting this, and also wherever the closing brace is. Just see what happens if we don't check chat active, right? Oh yeah, see if I type things in chat, I'm like moving the character is the problem, why I did that. So I need to fix that bug. But I think I do actually want the game probably to run while chat is open, maybe, I don't know. At the very least I like would just not simulate or whatever. So where would that be? I think I already have a thing up here somewhere, input handling, like if not IO want capture. Yeah, I mean basically this just needs to take if chat is active as well. And then not handle certain things, which chat is active is T. Chat message, where's T? Is there T? Maybe that's in the main loop. I'm not handling that as part of this. Okay, well that's part of the issue. Process mouse, process keyboard. So I think I'm just gonna say process keyboard is const bool process. I don't know why I'm making it const, just because C++ and stuff. Equals this. Also, why? I don't know why I have this here. I'm GUI is like not. Process keyboard is going to be not I'm GUI user mouse and not chat active, right? Ugh. not I am GUI using mouse. This is just the thing you have to do with I am GUI so that it can steal your input properly. Yeah, theoretically that could fix it, sort of. Well, almost. A for effort. Something's still broken. Where is chat active toggled? I guess is what we need to figure out, right? Like, if chat active and not IO want keyboard and is key down T, chat active equals true. If escape equals input escape. Yeah, this is the problem here. I think we want to handle escape specially, maybe. Let's see what else uses escape. If escape chat active equals false. If escape break. Yeah, I think we need to handle escape in a sort of special way. I think we need to say is key pressed key escape instead of input dot escape, because we don't want to handle input. Kind of a complex state machine. Okay, so now I'm like moving stuff around, right? If I'm in the chat, I'm typing, I'm not moving stuff around. If I hit escape, I can still get out of the chat. If I hit escape now, it'll close the game. If I do this, and then I can like wait, it'll just reload the game, maybe? No? Oh, I'm not, well, if the server is running and I try to connect, it'll immediately update. I can still type in chat, that works. If I close the chat, I can move around, except when you run into the water tiles. If I'm typing in chat and the server disconnects, which one is the server? I can never actually figure out which one is the server. This actually, if I hit enter, I can tell which one's the server because the server has this thing. Yeah, so we kill the server. I can still type in chat. It shouldn't get interrupted. It keeps whatever I have in chat. It just reloads the world and puts me somewhere else. It tells me my server timed out. I can exit this, keep walking around. Seems like it's working pretty well. Bless you. Did I sneeze? I forgot if I sneezed. It took me 3 minutes to read the chat. And in that time, I forgot if I sneezed. But either way, thanks for the blessings. How are you doing tonight, Noxic? I think I'm getting ready to commit my changes because that was surprisingly productive compared to normal night of programming. What did we change? What didn't we change? That's the question. Look at this. Look at this diff. What did we change? Send placeholder tiles to client. Sim world while chatting. Hot swap worlds players. Yes, I know this commit message is too long. It's over 70 characters or whatever magic number. No, I don't care. Let's see, we go to our friend Git here and look at whatever this is called. Old slime RRT. Also, I could replace the lobby somewhere, wherever that is. Tiles, lobby, right? If you guys want to see the map, which is called something, tile map generate. We could maybe call this instead. And I need to pass RRT to this, and I don't actually know what RRT is. Oh, I'm doing this in the server, right? Game server. What does game server do? Oh, it calls this world RRT rand. Okay, so we probably already have this available to us, right? We can say lobby map and lobby RRT rand and delete this. Yeah, let's see what it does. So this is what the map currently looks like, an actual map, if anyone's curious. And that thing I was working on with the collision is so I can do this, right? I can like walk against the wall and have it sort of not get stuck. I mean, you get stuck if you're like holding up and you're against the wall, right? If I'm holding up right here, obviously get stuck. But if I'm holding over and then I go down, it'll like walk around the corners, which just feels a lot better. You get stuck on corners a lot less. That's what all the crazy if statement is doing. It's making this better. Anyways, was it Z? Zoom out, kind of look around. Looks really bad when it's zoomed out, but you can also see the mini-map. I have all the slimes turned off right now as well. Like somewhere if I look for slimes, maybe I deleted that code. There was a for loop that made a bunch of slimes at one point, but I might have gotten rid of it in favor of Sam, and we could bring Sam back if you want to see our friend Sam. This is Sam. Has a lot of health. Also, the player's invincible right now because I'm debugging stuff. Yeah, this is like when you connect to a server or whatever, like this error thing that says you're not connected to a server right now. It says Sam. Like this is Sam. He's the guy who tells you you're not connected to the server. You can just chill out on you can chill out in the lobby here. You can turn this back off and go back to the regular lobby. Chill out on the lonely island with Sam. Maybe we want to also fix this to be back to water like it was before, so that it's actually an island. And I guess if it's an island, maybe we would want this to be sand instead of grass, right? I know it says concrete, but it actually looks more like sand. Ooh, that minimap looks terrible. Such an ugly color. Yeah, now we're just chilling with Sam. Also, Sam doesn't have collision detection, so Sam is allowed to go swimming if he wants. We are not allowed to go swimming, unfortunately. But we can totally connect to a server. Look at us go. We can also try to remember how to disconnect from the server. Sam, where are you? Come back. There you are, buddy. I missed you. Yep, that's that. Fun times. I guess I can commit that as well. It's kind of pointless, but oh shoot, I'm in the wrong directory. Bring back Sam by hardly any popular demand. Sorry, Sam. No one asked for it, but I'm bringing you back nonetheless. Oh man. yeah, that's that. Let's go see who else is streaming in the programming section. Also sort of known as software and game development now. Midnight Simon. What is this? Riley, starting a little later. GitHub Actions, CI. Russian guy. Never heard of this guy before. What's he doing? What does this even mean? HTB THMPG? This is like some hacker stuff I don't understand. Kernel Destroyer and Paradigm Breaker. I don't know, maybe that's interesting. I don't actually understand what he's doing. It's rare that I see a programming on the stream where I don't understand literally anything that's going on, but that is one of the programming streams. That is true. Oh, this is the game dev one. Code help the device. Our friend Randy is streaming. Not literally my friend, but he has a YouTube channel and I watch it sometimes. Funny guy. Does anything mean? That is a great question. Almighty Games Dev. What's this? Making some hot dogs.
I'm gonna go with that. I think it's cool. There we go. We have ourselves a hot dog. Bring it into the game. File, export, FBX, and save this on. Go to my orphan data.
Alright, well thanks everybody for watching. I am going to raid this guy, Mr. Almighty Games Dev, because I haven't seen him before, and he's making hot dogs in Blender. And how can you resist that? So if anyone's still around,
Legit. Okay, let's try it.
go ahead and go over to this guy's channel and give him some love. If you don't feel like doing that, don't feel obligated, go watch whoever you like, or stop watching Twitch and do some real work.
See what it looks like
Everyone.
in the game. Hot dog. Okay. Hot dog. Hot dog somewhere in the city. Alright,
I think the copy paste is slightly too long. And say something about Dandy McGee if you want to shout me out, or Dandy, or whatever, C programmer guy, or just enjoy the stream.
a couple more.
Later, dudes, dudettes.
Go ahead and add a cheeseburger next to it. Pretty sure it's gonna look fine, but test it out. So cheeseburger. Dandy McGee is rating with a party of 7. Thank you, Dandy. And first time chat from viewer Tech 286 about me. Tech 286, dude, that must be a bot. Alright. This is just, it comes across kind of funny. I'm gonna read it though. Alright. It just is about me. What the fuck? About me. Welcome to the stream. My name is Dandy McGee, aka C Programmer Guy, and I'm a programmer in San Francisco. I have a degree in computer science, and I've been programming for over 10 years. Oh, okay. I also really enjoy puzzle / ambient exploration / indie games. If you want to know any, so this is just copy and paste. Tech, haven't you chatted on my channel before? Why do I know the name Tech 256? Why does it say first time chat? That's weird. Thanks, Danny Magoo, and thanks for the raid too. Oh, I don't know where I've seen your name before, but I definitely have seen it. Anyway, welcome. Thanks again, guys. This is a hot dog I made quite a while ago, actually. I'm just adding it because I need one real quick in my scene. But I'm going to do the same thing with a cheeseburger